Feel like Kobe, I'm like Jokic with the rock. You physically couldn't hold me, I don't care if you're pushing 40. You can never little bro me. You're on step like Ginobili, from young OG to the OG. From nosebleeds to floor seats. Circle stronger than Cuban links. My gold dance, your gold plated. You verse me, now that's a reach. We ready. Who ready? We ready. Who ready? Who? We ready. Who? Who ready? Who? We ready. Who ready? We ready. Been ready. I waited. My turn. On God. Hell steady. I keep dropping back to back. I keep going if you let me. I've been sitting at the top, looking down at those who left me. Promise I'm not being petty. I'm the one they envy. Brody moving state to state. Make $1 million out the semi. Plus I grinded from the start. I was stacking pennies. I might dip like Machiavelli. After the confetti. Who ready? We ready.
We ready.
Who ready?
Who ready?
We ready.
We made it. We made it.
Welcome in, Cowboys Nation, to the NFL Draft 2025 live coverage. The future is now. Let's go, baby.
Let's go.
I am pumped, and so are my brothers. Foots the King to my left, Zach from Double Move to my right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Make sure y'all share this thing across all platforms. We're live on Zach's channel. We're live on Foot's channel. We're live here on Skywalker Unleashed. We made it, fellas, and we ready. How y'all doing?
I'm speechless. So we started this conversation backstage, and it's like we never thought this day would come. The the back and forth in the community. All in all, it's Christmas for a lot of fans.
Yeah.
You see the fans on the screen. You know, Tennessee's on the clock. It's Christmas for them. It's Christmas for the Cowboys. I'm ready. I'm ready, Zach.
I'm with Foots. I'm ready. I might be recency bias, but this is always the best time of the year. Now, I'll probably say that when week one's about to kick off, but draft season, doing all that work and getting to this point, best time of the year.
And just something I'm real excited about this year that I didn't do last year or previous years. By the way, if you guys don't know, this is my 6th year covering this live with you guys on YouTube. 4th year in a row with Foots. 1st year of many, I think, with Zach. But this is the first time we are all going to be on the same damn page because we got the damn thing up in Restream. And I'm just so excited. Y'all probably like, it doesn't matter, Sky. Yes, it matters because we don't have to, go off of different time frames here. We can react at the same time and give y'all the analysis and reactions and raw emotions to the pick, which I'm sure there will be a ton of emotions, Zach and Foots, when the Cowboys hit that clock, because we're already seeing the back and forth in Cowboys Nation for the last 5-6 months.
Yeah, if you want to take this one, Zach, I'll just say this, guys. Just let's enjoy the pick. I've had so many times when I'm arguing with folks. I'm this, I'm that. Let's just enjoy the pick. Let's enjoy the pick. This guy's life is changing, and this is all seriousness, right? This guy's life is changing. Whoever this player is, let's enjoy the pick, Sky. Let's enjoy the pick, Zach.
Yeah, and Foots, first of all, let's all stay on the same page here. If everybody in the chat, if you see Foots look down at Twitter on his phone, tell him to stop. We're no spoiling in the chat. Foots, no looking at it on Twitter. But yeah, let the arguing, offensive line, wide receiver, whoever it ends up being, we don't really know. Like, do we evaluate these guys? We watch all this film, and it's like, we don't know. Let's wait till they get out there in Oxnard. When they get out there in week one, let's just be happy for the person, first of all, whether you like the player or not, and we'll just go from there.
Very good point. And let me just say this, my thoughts on the whole situation on tonight. The draft is not over after, the 12th overall pick. your draft and your season is not made from a 12th overall pick. And you can say, Sky, wait a minute, what are you talking about here? You know, we took Micah Parsons and things changed. Yeah, go back to that draft, ladies and gentlemen. The Cowboys had, I believe, I want to say 11 picks. 11 picks in that draft. There are 2 players that actually matter left on this team from that draft class. So Micah, who was amazing, all world, couldn't save the world and be Superman. He needed at least 4 or 5 other dudes from that draft class to help him, and it didn't happen. So no matter how good or bad, I shouldn't say bad, no matter what the pick is, your season, in my opinion, is not defined tonight.
Yeah, I think Sky just, as always, nailed that. And I think, too, guys, like, I think it's important to remember. I think they'll be active after the draft. We know that the Cowboys, the draft is king. They believe in team building that way. But I also think that, let's say we don't go corner or there's a position group that we don't hit. I'm telling you now, I think that this team thinks they're close. I believe that this roster is close when healthy. You know, I was going, we got a little time to kill. And the great thing about it, Sky, you hit it. We're not picking at 24. So this isn't going to be a 2-hour, 4 or 5 hour draft show. I mean, this is, we on deck and could possibly trade.
I mean, I like to stay on for the whole first round, Fuzz. I mean,
no. We're definitely on for the whole first round. We're going to we are going to get these people they show. But what I'm saying is we're not waiting for our new player for 2-3 hours.
Gotcha.
But my point is, think about the team, and had Micah Parsons not missed 4 or 5 games, had Dak Prescott not missed the entire season, is this really a terrible roster, Sky and Zach? I don't think so.
Go ahead, Zach.
And as many there are holes across the roster. They didn't address certain positions, but I don't think, especially the first round pick, it doesn't make or break their season. Obviously, you want to get a great player. Everybody does, but like Sky said it perfectly. There's 7 rounds. Dallas has 10 in this draft. You know, if you don't hit on your first round pick, you might find your Deron Bland in the 5th, or not a quarterback, and they don't have a 4th rounder, but you're a 4th rounder in Dak Prescott. Like, there's so much more time left in this draft, and we really got to look at it as a whole. Everybody's going to have their instant reactions. People are going to be mad. People are going to be happy. Like, let's just wait and let this thing play out a little bit.
Well, looks like we do have the pick being in here. And I think we're all pretty comfortable with knowing who it is. Now, here's the thing with the pick being in regards to following it live here. You know, it'll say the pick is in, but that don't mean they're coming up here and making the announcement. But they did just say the Titans pick is in, and we all expect it to be one Cam Ward, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'll wait till they actually make the pick, but I got a few thoughts about Cam Ward in a high level way. But I mean, this pick has kind of been widely known for a while. If you're Tennessee, let me ask y'all a question. We can just we're talking chalk till we get closer to our pick.
Yeah.
If you're Tennessee, guys, was there any thought maybe of trading out? Any thought of no, Sky? You good?
I don't think so. They need they need a quarterback. You know, you could argue about how good or bad the draft class is. You know, maybe Cam Ward's not even a top 10 pick any other year, but that's just the way of the beast. And I don't think he's Jake Locker, but
no. I think is he at the? Oh, they're not at the podium yet. I will say too, when you think about it, obviously, you know they had Will Levis.
Yep.
Got him in the 2nd round 2 years ago. That was kind of a waffle. So I think this will be no surprise here. They'll probably go up, boo Roger Goodell, whoever, and then Cam Ward will be the pick.
I think so too. And here is Roger Goodell at the podium, finna announce, we believe, right, Cam Ward. But with the first overall pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, looks like the Tennessee Titans will be selecting, and it is Cam Ward. Ladies and gentlemen, take it away.
You got his hat?
Yeah, isn't it? I always think it's funny because it feels like we always know the first overall pick, like leading up to the draft, especially this year. It's been Cam Ward since December, and they still let like 8 minutes run off the clock. Like they've had 4 months to think about this. Like they know who they're gonna pick. But yeah, he's been the name since December. And Cam Ward at Miami, a 6.3% big time throw rate that ranked 15th in the country last year. His adjusted completion percentage was 21st in the country. And what I like most about him is just the story. He went from a 0-star recruit to the first overall pick in the NFL draft. Like the guy just has it. If there's somebody that can turn around a Titans team, be that player, one of those, he's got the mindset of, you don't believe in me, but I believe in myself. And he hasn't been told he's the best throughout his entire life. So he's going to go to a situation in Tennessee behind a line that just, isn't good. Will Levis looked awful behind it. I really like Cam Ward. I think he does a lot of things well. Even if he wouldn't have been maybe a top 10 pick in other drafts, I think the Titans just couldn't pass up the opportunity to maybe get their quarterback for the next 10 years.
And we got a little bit of breaking news.
I was just about to say, ladies and gentlemen,
cut you off, Zach. This is big for the Cowboys, by the way.
We have our first official big time trade with the Jacksonville Jaguars, jumping all the way up to the second overall pick. Where for a while here, the Cleveland Browns were expected to sit there, right, and take none other than either Abdul Carter or brain fart here, but taking Abdul Carter
or Travis
Hunter, excuse me. But you got the Jacksonville Jaguars jumping for who?
This is 100% Travis Hunter, 100%.
Yeah,
they've had South Florida kid Sky. They want to bring him back to South Florida. He grew up in Boynton Beach. He obviously ended up in Georgia at Collins Hill. Again, this is the guy who, when it comes to breaking a guy down, you're talking to me. I know his little brother, Travian Hunter. This is the pick. I'm writing that in pen. Sky Steele. They got up to Travis Hunter, and I'm not mad at it. I believe in, if you are a new regime, go make a splash. I'm not mad at that. Go get your cornerstone athlete. This is a guy who I watched his 11th grade year at Collins Hill. Anybody want to do something interesting? Go watch the last play of his 11th grade year. He caught a game-winning touchdown. The guy has been special his whole life, Sky. He's been special. And I think that Duval. He might be the coach, Scott, because you actually like Liam Cohen as an OC.
I like him as a coordinator. I don't know about a head coach, right? Look, if he would have been the guy here, I would have given him a shot, obviously, because I like his acumen as a play caller. But I ain't gonna hold you. When he did that whole Duval thing, I was like, oh man, you lost some aura points there. Like, I don't know, brother. Like,
dude, I think it was the face. Why did he make the face?
Right, he just looked weird, bro. I was like, damn.
He practiced it for weeks or a week beforehand, and it just came out awkward.
It's kind of giving me a little bit corny, Kellen Moore vibes. Not gonna lie.
So can I say this? That's when PR jumps in and says, no, you don't do that. Come on.
You don't do that, bro.
You don't do that.
Question for you, though.
Yes.
With Liam Cohen being an OC and maybe thinking that offense needs a weapon, does that mean that Travis Hunter is a wide receiver for them? Are they grading him as a wide receiver? They grade him on both sides of the ball? Because this is the discussion with him.
Yeah, before you answer that, let's quickly go over the trade information here. The Jaguars get the second overall pick, 2025 4th round pick, 2025 6th round pick. And the Browns drop down 3 spots to the 5th overall pick. They get this year's 2nd and 4th round pick from the Jaguars and next year's 1st.
Oh, wow. That's I did not see that on the screen because, we're going absolutely not. Like, no.
This is very, very reminiscent, I think, of when San Francisco went up. You guys remember that?
Yeah.
San Francisco went up and paid a lot, I think, to move up. Or was it the Bears? I'm sorry. The Bears. One of them. Was San Francisco or the Bears went up and paid a huge price for a quarterback. I think it was either the draft where they took Trey Lance, or it was the Bears when they took the kid from UNC who flamed out of the league. But that's a hefty price to play to move up 3 spots.
Yeah. But I mean, with a player like Travis Hunter, he is generational. It's one of those things, though. It's like, I mean, even with the positional value, if it's not a quarterback that you have insanely high on your board, giving up a first next year, like they must have some big plans for Travis Hunter to give up that.
Yeah, you finna play both sides of the ball. you about to be on both sides, Playboy.
Well,
130 snaps a game.
That's so okay. So now what you're saying is you're okay with the way your team's built. You're also okay with this time next year, not maybe. I mean, they did tie themselves to Trevor Lawrence, but if you had some O-line issues, if you had anything, and I kind of knew the Jeanty to. I never tweeted it out. I knew Jeanty to Jacksonville was smoke. I thought that was chalk. If anything, I thought they would go left tackle Zach. I never had them or Mason Graham. I never had them as a Jeanty team. So when that was being reported, everybody, I talked to somebody who said Jeanty. And I can say, I knew he wasn't he wasn't going to Jacksonville. Just knew it. They have ETN. Didn't make sense. Now, this is a lot to give up being that close, and you would probably still get a blue chipper, but they wanted their guy, and I think their guy is Travis Hunter.
We're about to find out here because the pick is in, ladies and gentlemen. And here comes Roger Goodell with, is that Eric Armstead? Or Eric Armstead?
I don't know. That looks like Eric.
I think so.
Yeah.
He's with Jacksonville. Is he with Jacksonville?
Yeah, I think he signed with them.
I think he's there now. They're doing current players. That's interesting.
Yeah. Very interesting. Yep, with the second overall pick, though, Roger Goodell's up there making the announcement. And once again, I'm pretty sure this is a Travis Hunter situation, but they are announcing the Man of the Year. Okay, that's why he's up there, because I think he won Man of the Year.
Okay, and so like, I do not like this early. This is the part of the draft you've been holding people off for months. Like Sky said, the draft should already be earlier. Let's just get with the picks.
Yeah.
Just get with the picks.
I always think it's hilarious because the draft used to be held in the smoky back room and like a ballroom back in the 70s and 60s and 50s or whatever. And now look at this, man. It has advanced tremendously here. But we got Armstead there, about to announce the pick for Duval. Yep. Oh, he's giving a speech.
Yeah,
I'm with your foot.
Yeah,
like no offense to the Walter Payton.
This is literally the second. This is the second pick of the draft, Sky. Second pick of the draft. Hey, like Eric, I love you, right? I do. Like I got a buddy, Jesus. I'm gonna shout him out since we're killing time. He actually, so he just told me. He said he's a Browns fan. He's a diehard Browns fan. He is sick right now. Sky, he told me, no way we just did that. Like he's pissed. He's pissed, Sky. Why would they?
Good Lord, though, that took a minute.
Yeah.
All right. We finally got there, and they're about to make their selection. One more time. With the second overall pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Hunter, cornerback / wide receiver out of Colorado.
I'll take it. I kind of said it, man. I mean, even when he was at Jackson State, wherever he's been at Skywalker still, he's been the guy. Yep. And honestly, I expect him to be just that in the NFL. Travis Hunter, man, let's talk about his receiver chops. As a receiver, great route runner. I comped him to Justin Jefferson. I think that this guy can get open. I think that he has great hips, great body movement. The thing about Travis Hunter is the body control. He's also sneaky competitive, sneaky like he's just sneaky gritty. Like I think people look at him as just like a route runner only. No, like he has some run after the catch ability. He really has it all in his bag. And then when you look at him as a cornerback, I think he just has rare, like he has a special ability to make plays. It's just special. he understands the game. So if he's spot dropping Sky, if he's in a zone look, he knows when the ball is, he could peel off and get to another man. He knows how to get to areas. He knows how to play zone. He would have been perfect in this defense. 31-inch arms. He's built the right way, 9-inch hands. I mean, what's not to like? Very aware, rangy player. Like, this is a guy who at the end of his career, he'll be able to be Charles Woodson, guys. He'll be able to be a safety, just a dynamic athlete. He's special. There's not the stats don't do him justice. He's special. The only thing I will say is, for his frame, trying to go both ways, how does it hold up in the NFL?
Obviously, a Heisman winner, and Foots was completely right about the player. Heisman winner, remarkable. Just aside, take out the absurd conditioning to play 100 plus snaps week over week. Even at the college level, you know, the NFL is a step up, but just the ability to do that, we've never seen anybody be able to pull that off like he did. And what makes him a great corner is what makes him a good wide receiver, and vice versa. Tremendous ball skills, the body control. Justin Jefferson Foots is a great comp, just in the way that he moves, the explosiveness, the short area quickness. All of it is great with Travis Hunter, and it doesn't surprise me that the Jags fell in love with him as a prospect, what he'd be able to do, maybe on both sides of the ball, and made the move to go up and get him. Will it pay off? Probably, because he's a really good player, and I expected Travis Hunter at 2. I just didn't know which team would take it.
And that team ended up being the Jacksonville Jaguars. It's very interesting. Again, he's one of those players, it really doesn't matter about your team need. Because I don't care if you have a corner, I don't care if you have a receiver. That guy is going to add so much juice to it, so much, he just has an energy to him. You see it when he won the award for the Heisman. You see it when he came out. He's going to bring kind of that Micah Parsons, in my opinion, type of feel and attitude change, I think, to that franchise. Now, will that be enough? We'll see, but that definitely will help out either side of the ball. I don't know where they're going to put him. I'm not as tied into the Jags as a Jags fan would be, but I bet you Liam Cohen and the Golden Boy are really advocating to have him out there at wide receiver.
I would think that with him being an offensive minded coach, he's going to play some receiver for sure. Like, you don't make this move just to play him on. I don't think that you make this move just for him to play defense. Like, he's going to play receiver. He
said, he wanted to do both sides. I understand that he wants to do it. I just don't know that you can make a career out of that. He's an alien in a way, but he would literally be one of one in the modern day era of football to do both sides full time. I don't know how that's possible as a professional athlete.
Yeah, no. I wouldn't know how you would do that. I mean, you could turn a 10-year career at wide receiver into a 5-year career doing both, and that's assuming that you're staying healthy to start with.
And what could be kind of cool is whichever attribute that he has, skill that he has, starts to diminish. Maybe he then switches to that other side of the ball. And I don't know where he's going to start off at, but say he loses a little bit of his agility. Maybe he says, you know what, I can go play safety or something. He's just that damn good. Or maybe he's a corner first and part-time receiver, but the physicalness of being hitting a bunch on defense starts to wear down. So by year 4 or 5, he's like, I'll just go play, full-time receiver. I think he has that ability, and I know they showed Deion Sanders, but I think he can play full-time on both sides, just not for his whole career.
Not his whole career. I'll do you one better, Sky. I truthfully do believe that that him and Brian Thomas Jr. at the receiver position is scary. That's a scary duo. I as I think about it,
complement each other.
Yeah, I think I think he's brought into play offense.
We do have the pick here. We got our guy Roger Goodell at the podium. The Giants are up for the 3rd overall pick. The New York Giants.
I think that was Chop. Yeah, I think that was Chop.
Abdul Carter, ladies
that was on par.
And gentlemen.
Drew Rosenhaus. Abdul Carter, you got it. You got this one, Zach.
Why did he have to go to the NFC East, people?
You knew they were going to get one. You knew it.
No. With Abdul Carter, it's going to be interesting to see what they do with their roster going forward because they do have Kayvon Thibodeau. How does Abdul Carter coming in affect that? They have Brian Burns. But Carter, 22.6% pass rush win rate in 2024. 43 quarterback hurries. He was the number one player on my board in this draft. And it might just be Cowboys bias kicking in, whatever you want to call it. But I see Micah Parsons when you watch Abdul Carter, like the 11 at Penn State, how disruptive he is on every single play. Like the dude is worth the 3rd overall pick. And people like to point out the stuff in run support. I don't see it stopping him from being a great player, best player in the class for me. And we talk about there being so few blue chip prospects this year. He's easily a blue chipper, and I expect him to have a dominant career even as a Giant.
We lost Foots' audio there. We gotta get your audio back there, brother.
There it is. All right, I gotta tell you guys, my bad guy. So I gotta tell y'all, this is a good pick, and we hate those stinking Giants, but the Giants, when they were good, they were built on pass rush. You think about Michael Strahan, you think about, that when they had those guys, Jason Pierre-Paul, JPP, when they could just get after the quarterback, it made their team, those Coughlin teams, it made them a great team. And so if I was the Giants, I'd try to make it work with Thibodeau and Brian Burns. I don't know if moving him is the best idea. Send everybody.
Interesting point.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've heard today, guys, that they'd probably try to move Thibodeau. I wouldn't do that. Let all 3 of those guys rush. What's the worst that could happen? Put in packages. I think this is a eat your vegetable pick by Brian Daboll. I don't think that they should have drafted Shedeur Sanders. I like Shedeur Sanders, but I don't think that a quarterback warranted this pick over a player, the player that is Abdul Carter. I think that Abdul Carter, he's being compared to Micah for a reason. I don't think that he has the same twitch fibers as Micah, but he's really good. Like, he has the things. I think Micah has a little bit more burst. If you wanted to compare the two and get nitty gritty, when Micah gets the edge, it's like literally like a gazelle. And I don't think that, Micah's a true 4-4 guy, and that's the difference. So I think that's really the only difference, but I think that Abdul Carter is going to be a great player for a long time.
I want to go back to what you said about, Thibodeau and Brian Burns. They did just pay Brian Burns a whole lot of money. Thibodeau will be up for an extension at some point. I don't know if he's warranted a big contract by the Giants, but maybe someone else. I don't think it's a bad idea for them to explore a trade, try to get something back, because you're not going to want to take Brian Burns or Abdul Carter off the field. And yeah, you can do NASCAR things, but wasn't Thibodeau like a top 5 pick or a top 10 pick? So,
he was. Yeah,
he's supposed to be out there on that field as well. So I would definitely be exploring it for a team that, definitely ownership who's probably like, look, if it don't work out this year, I'm getting a new coach. You know what I mean? If I can get that new coach some extra picks, I'm all for that. I don't think they're in contention anyway this year, so I would definitely be. And Thibodeau, a bit of a head case, if we're being honest.
Yeah, I know that they brought in Russ, they brought in Jameis, but is Brian Daboll? I guess he's completely willing to put his job on the line for those 2 quarterbacks because, like you said, this is his last year. I saw a report earlier this morning that Daboll didn't love Shedeur Sanders, but maybe he feels comfortable with one of those guys, or this is the Giants front office saying, like, we're taking the best player. We don't need a quarterback, like the owner, because I know the owner's very involved there. So let's see if they can take a quarterback in the 2nd or 3rd round.
I would say this
Carter's
to
so
that.
much better than Shedeur.
Yep. You got it, Sky. I'm sorry.
No, I just think he's so much better. I think teams get in trouble. And I always bring up this draft, Zach, and Foots, this, I almost bring it up every year. The Jake Locker draft and Christian Ponder draft, like, that draft it should be a caution tale of don't force the quarterback just because you need the quarterback, especially at 3. Like, do you love the guy enough that he's going to be your franchise for the next 10 years? If not, and there's a player on the board that's rated higher, and not just higher, right, guys? We're talking about, according to some people, the best player in the draft falls to you. I'm taking that guy. You got 2 veteran guys. You see if it can work out. One or two things with the Giants I think that's happening right now is you got an ownership that they are lenient sometimes, right? Like they will you saw it happen with Tom Coughlin, and they won Super Bowls when they gave Tom Coughlin an extra year when fans were trying to get him out. Not saying that's going to be the case now, but I can see ownership saying, look, man, I know we need a quarterback, but there's no way in hell I'm passing up on one. They're going to either Travis Hunter or this guy was going to fall to him. And they're like, no, we're not doing it. So I applaud them for sticking to their, guns and taking one of, if not the best player in the draft.
Yeah, and I'll do you one even a little bit better. Like, I just don't know if so. Now what we got to figure out is this, guys. What's Cleveland's deal? Like, they traded back. Where did Cleveland trade to, Sky? Do we know?
5.
So they traded 5. Okay, so
they're 5.
Is Cleveland going to go into now a hard or a soft rebuild? Do they get maybe a tackle here, Sky, and say we like next year's quarterback class? Because I don't think that Shedeur would be the pick. Because if Shedeur was going to be the pick, he would have been the pick at 2 to me. If you believed in him, you don't trade back.
Well, I'll push back on that. If you know for a fact Shedeur is going to be there at 5, which you know for a fact is going to happen, and you can tell me I can get a 2nd round pick, a 4th round pick in next year's first, I am running to the phone lines to pick up that extra draft capital and still get my guy. Again, I don't know that it's Shedeur though.
Yeah, no, that's true.
But what if it is genius move? I mean, I might be giving the Browns way too much credit, but if they like Shedeur enough to take him at 2 and Jacksonville offered to come up for Travis Hunter, and then they go back to 5 and pick up all that draft capital, and knowing that the Jags aren't going to take a quarterback, the Giants weren't really interested in Shedeur from what we heard. And of course, the Patriots just took their quarterback last year. Right. Now you're sitting pretty at 5. I don't know that they like Shedeur either, but if they do, that was best case scenario.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. I didn't think of it like that, Sky. And I mean, being able to fleece them like that. I mean, I think maybe next year's quarterback class may be a little bit better. So maybe they go that route.
Weird situation for the Browns. If there's any Brown fan, by the way, shouts out to almost 1,000 of you guys in here in totality. Appreciate y'all for rocking with us.
Yeah, what a show. Yeah.
Please do me a favor. Hit the like button if you're enjoying this so far. We are very early in this thing. We're sitting here at pick number 4. The Cleveland Browns. I'm sorry, not the Cleveland Browns, but the New England Patriots are on the clock. And it looks like the pick is in for the New England Patriots. But what a weird situation for the Cleveland Browns, because their whole quarterback, the whole situation with Watson, you just don't know what's going to happen there.
Yeah, but the Patriots feels like a lineman. Feels like offensive lineman.
And it is an offensive lineman. It is Will Campbell out of LSU. They're getting their guy to protect their franchise quarterback. Foots, what you got here on Will Campbell?
The biggest thing with Will Campbell, Sky, is the arm length. I don't know if we've seen a player who literally had 2 different, like completely different measurements, arm length wise. And, coming from that LSU scheme, very, very pass happy. I mean, that's what they did. They threw the ball left, they threw the ball right. But I think one of the best things about Will Campbell is his mirroring ability. So you'll hear offensive line guys talk about, I like power. Yeah, I like certain things, but find me guys who can mirror. What I mean by that is find me guys who, when a defensive player, whether it's an end, whether it's a 3-tech guy, they give you their first move. Can you recover and then also recover back? Can you play pretty much defense on offense? Can you slide those puppies? Can you slide those feet? What is your kick step like? I think that his power, it'll be fine. Okay. He looks the part. He's also a football playing guy. Like, you want him in your building. Great body control. Like I said, his recovery skills, that's what I was saying. The mirroring ability is impressive. He plays under control. I think one of the issues with Guyton is when he panics, you can see it. Campbell doesn't panic. He doesn't panic. If you give him speed to power, he'll sit down. If you try to just give him speed, he'll mirror and he'll walk you out. And I think that's what you want out of a game-changing left tackle. I'll say this, 4 was probably a little rich for me. I like the tackles in last year's class, Talisi Fuaga, some of those guys at the top of the draft. But you draft according to this draft. In this draft, Will Campbell protect the Patriots investment. I'm not mad at it. That's an eat your vegetables pick. I know a lot of people had Tet McMillan pegged here. Never. They were always going tackle.
I think it's interesting. I think it's interesting that Will Campbell goes here, and you said what you said, because didn't it feel like at first Will Campbell top 5 guy, and then as draft fatigue set, he dropped down all the way outside the top 10, Zach?
Yeah, I think this pick just made too much sense for the Patriots. Like, Foots laid it out perfectly, the type of player that he is, but just protecting Drake May, not running for his life 24/7 back there. Like, you spend a 3rd overall pick, you think he can be this type of player. So getting somebody on his blind side, somebody to protect him. I think the whole measurement thing was weird. Like, his arms grew a full inch.
Yeah, that was crazy.
From different measurements, and of course you have different people, all of that. But Foots laid out the player perfectly. Ford does feel a bit rich, but the Patriots need offensive linemen. They got to protect Drake May, not ruin his confidence completely, and they'll be better for it.
Yeah. Rich, Sky. I'll just say this. I do think that Ford was rich for this player. I do like the player, but I want to be very clear. Like, if he falls to 12, cool. But they were pegged and had to draft this way, and that's the sad part about it, guys. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I wonder if they try to call someone to go back, to see if they can get a trade down and get more picks. But like most of these the first 20 picks or so, it's gonna be hard. It's gonna get harder and harder to trade down, I think.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, when you got to eat your vegetables, maybe you do have to do something like this, guy. It's just, I think it sucks because I don't know if the talent warrants him going number 4, but in this draft, the arm length, I'm not worried about it. Will Campbell's a hard worker. He's going to be fine. And guess what? What if there's a situation, and I hate it because, you shouldn't take a guard at 4, but let's say day one, he's struggling at left tackle, because left tackle in the AFC North is tough, guys. AFC East is tough. What if they play him at guard early, let him settle in, and then they kick him to tackle? Maybe it's a Tyler Smith deal. We drafted Tyler Smith late in the 20s. They drafted Will Campbell at 4. But at the end of the day, you just need to get a good player. It is what it is.
No, that's a fair point.
Yeah, and with a class that's this is where it really starts to, the waters get a little murky with where teams are going to start going. I thought that was the first 4 picks in whatever order, whatever team moved up. And then now the draft really starts.
Yeah.
With the Browns, because
can I steal that from you? Can I steal that from you, Zach? Now the draft starts. I'm gonna tweet that.
Yeah. Notice we haven't really even brought it back around to the Cowboys yet, because it's pretty chalk. So nothing has happened that really has shaken anything for Dallas for pick 12. But right now is where things will get very interesting, as we have Commissioner Roger Goodell heading up to the podium, getting ready to announce the Cleveland Browns selection here in the 2025 NFL Draft, 5th overall. See what they got here. And it's going to be defensive tackle.
Great pick.
Mason
Great
pick.
Graham, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
Mason Graham he was one of those draft fatigue guys. What I saw, there was a mock draft that had him fall into 10, 11. It was one that he fell past Dallas at 12. Mason Graham, such a good player. He was super high on everybody's board, like top 3, top 5 for the longest time. The process went on and on. He weighed in at 290. People had questions about that. No. Great player. He's versatile on the interior. He can rush the passer. He has upside rushing the passer. He can stop the run. He's super twitched up at 290, 300 pounds. I think he did end up weighing in at about 305, 310. Insane motor. I know Cowboys fans didn't want a Michigan defensive lineman, a Michigan player. But I was hoping this guy would fall into Dallas's range, because if he would have got into that 8, 9, or 10, that's the player you talk about going and getting. The Cleveland Browns like making their defensive line better, and they definitely did it with Mason Graham.
So,
100.
You talk about Cleveland standing and doing the right thing, even though it may have pained a few fans. This is so what you guys just laid out. So, okay, let's take it back. This is high level conversation, Sky. You guys just told me they fleeced and got their guy. If you telling me that you're getting Mason Graham to pair with Myles Garrett and you're getting 2 firsts or whatever, what did they got a second and a first next year?
Next year,
Sign me up.
They got
Sign me up, Sky.
fourth this year, and first round pick next year.
And do they package that second this year to move back to get their quarterback? Maybe, but Mason Graham is a guy. I mean, they have an already decent defensive front. Now you add Mason Graham to that mix. They're not going to be able to double everybody. Myles Garrett is really good. Like he's him, Micah, and TJ Watt in whatever order. So now you bring a rangy 3-tech. Like this was a A+ pick by the Browns. A+ pick by the Browns. Way to stand in there and draft Browns. Way to not panic. Way to not reach on a quarterback. If you don't like Shedeur Sanders, Sky, don't draft him. Don't get bullied. Don't let them tell you about Deshaun Watson. Don't do that. Don't draft the best player. Eat your vegetables. I think that those guys did that, and this is a common sense pick. Common sense tells you he's the best player on the board, Zach. Draft him. Great pick. Seriously, great pick.
And you combine it with what they got in the trade, like you said, it makes it even better. And if they can package one of those and go up and get their quarterback, let him sit for a year or two behind Deshaun Watson, I mean, the Browns are one of those teams that will reach and try to do something that we're all like, oh, okay, that's a move that the Browns make or would make. But like you said, common sense with this one. I love Mason Graham.
Yeah, and look, I know we think Browns and we think about the past with the Browns, you know, with the terrible selections, but, you know, since they got the new general manager some odd years ago, I know they signed a terrible contract with Deshaun Watson, but if you go actually look at some of the players that they've drafted, they've hit on a lot of guys, and you know, they're not this isn't the Seahawks or the Raiders in regards to, you know, I shouldn't use Seahawks, but like the Raiders up there, like the Raiders took tight ends back-to-back drafts. Like, what are we doing? And I get Brock Bowers is a guy, but the Browns aren't doing that type of thing. I think for sure Mason Graham getting in there and pairing with a Myles Garrett, maybe they add another rusher later on in the draft, what have you, on the opposite side, because, you know, they went out and got Zadarius Smith for a reason to try to pair with a Myles Garrett. So now you got a Myles Garrett on one side, Mason Graham on the interior. Maybe they get a little freaky and they use a pick to go get another proven guy, or like you said, maybe they use that pick to come up and get a quarterback at the end of the first round, or stay put in the second round to, I wouldn't necessarily say sit behind Deshaun for a couple years. I think they're pretty much out on Deshaun Watson. It's just a matter of if they can find that successor sooner rather than later.
Hey, but Scott, real quick before the Raiders pick,
Yep.
Even if you're out on a guy, that doesn't mean you reach for a player you don't love. And I'm so glad that the Browns didn't do that, guys.
Yep. And right now we do have the Las Vegas Raiders on the clock at 6 overall. Their pick is in, and like, I actually think this is where the draft now begins.
Oh,
and ladies and gentlemen,
banger.
No,
we have action.
Yeah,
boss. The Las Vegas Raiders select Ashton Jeanty, running back out of Boise State.
Yeah, that's chalk.
And now the draft begins for the Cowboys. But Ashton Jeanty, why is everybody so excited about him, Foots?
I mean, literally broke every record imaginable. I can honestly say that he's worth this pick. The only question that I have for the Raiders is this, right? They do have a good offensive line. Ashton Jeanty is going to be a great player. There's nothing left to be said about the guy.
Right.
I mean, there's nothing left to be said. You can watch these highlights. I can shut up. The thing that I question about the Raiders is their team a running back away? Maybe not. Maybe so. They need left tackle help. They could have went receiver here. We look at receiver as probably like higher on the, what am I trying to say, guys? Tackle, quarterback, receiver. They went running back. The only question I have, Sky, is you literally just had Josh Jacobs in your building 2 years ago. And so that is, to me, is just like, well, now you're going back to the well at running back when they have a serious need at corner. They don't have a starting corner. Like, their cornerback depth room, the depth in that cornerback room is bad, but this is about Ashton Jeanty. Ashton Jeanty is special. they're gonna be able to sit on the ball. Him, Michael Mayers, Brock Bowers. That offense will be fun this year.
There's not much left to say about Ashton Jeanty. Everybody has talked about him through the entire process. Clearly the best back in this draft. The agility, vision, footwork, all of that stuff.
Yeah.
But with the Raiders, honestly, out of all of the fits in the top 10 that he could have went to, this is probably my least favorite. Like Foot said, I mean, they just moved on from Josh Jacobs. They don't have a ton of weapons. But Jeanty is going to be a great back. Hopefully, by the time the Raiders pull it together, he's not 4 to 5 years into that contract with 1,000 carries on his body, 1,200 carries. But he is going to help their offense move the football a lot more efficiently than they have in the past. Him and Brock Bowers.
Well, you said this is not your favorite fit here, or it wasn't your favorite place for him?
Yeah, I would have liked to. Honestly, if I was going to pick somewhere, it would have been Chicago, just because of what they spent on the offensive line, the resources that they put into it. It feels like the Raiders don't have that.
They need a left tackle.
Well, let me tell you.
Yeah,
this.
like they got a ton of holes on the roster, and like you're just not a running back away. But I am happy for Jeanty. He gets to live in Las Vegas and make a ton of money with the 6th overall pick.
Let me tell you why this is the absolute perfect fit. Maybe not for non-Raider fans, maybe not even for Raider fans, but it was a perfect fit for Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll is throwback as they come, and Pete Carroll won a Super Bowl doing what? Running the ball, leaning on defense, leaning on his. I think Marshawn should be a Hall of Famer. I mean, I'm just here so I don't get fined, but I think he should be, if not Hall of Famer, damn near. But Marshawn Lynch was that dude. And you think Pete Carroll coming through at 70-something years old doesn't have memories of how he got to where he got to? This is a perfect fit for a Pete Carroll. The problem is, kind of similar to Dallas, there's so many needs that they couldn't fill it all here. But this is going to probably not sound great for people who aren't about running backs in the first round or top 10, top 5. The reality is, though, when there is a guy this damn good, it's pretty hard to find another position that's going to come in and have an instant impact and such an impact that a running back like this could have early on in his career, especially if they're given the ball as much as I think he will be given the ball. So will it result into 3, 4, 5 more wins? Probably not. But I do think he's going to be successful, whether they have an amazing line or not, because his specialty is, okay, you guys can't block it up, I'll make something shape.
And I'll say this, if there's any silver lining, I've been consistent. If McMillan got past, and we don't get it two-sided right now, if McMillan got past the Jags, and if McMillan got past Vegas, and he gets past the Jets, I think the Jets are I think they either go tight end here or offensive line or defense. Aaron Glenn, defense could be on the board as well. I know Carolina's going defense. I think that's chalk there. I think the Bears will end up going tackle now, looking at how the board fell. You know what's that? Sneaky. Bears could go Hampton. I wouldn't rule that out.
Yep. They want to run back
sneaky.
bad.
Yes, they do run a running back, so that'll be interesting.
That bad?
Guys, crazier things have happened. Well, we haven't seen that pick yet. It's on the way. One of those picks that you're like, what?
Picks. Yeah.
What?
Oh, it's coming.
Yeah.
We just hope it's not Dallas first at 12. But the only thing I worry about with Jeanty in Las Vegas is it's going to look a lot like that Penn State game where he had like 16, 20 missed tackles, somewhere in that range, and they gave him the ball like 30-something times for 110 yards or whatever. But, I mean, I could just imagine him behind. He would have a Saquon season if he was on a team like Philadelphia. And it would
Who's calling the offense out there, Sky? Yes, I agree, Zach. Who's calling the offense out there?
I'm not sure who their Raiders OC is. 1 second. We got Chip
I think
Kelly.
Chip Kelly. I'll tell you this about Chip. Chip at Ohio State was dope.
Yeah, Chip going to put. I think he's going to put Ashton Jeanty.
He might have stood on a table with Pete for this pick.
I think he'll put Ashton Jeanty in a good position to succeed. Again, I think he will succeed. I don't think, Zach, I don't think it'll be Penn State all year. I get what you're saying. Penn State, good defense, loaded up, stopped them, made it rough for Jeanty. But I don't think it'll be that for majority of the year. I think I have it's a good rookie season. It's just going to be about, are you going to be able to take advantage of the rest of the 4 years around him, or is it going to be just solid and good for those 4 years, even though he is better than solid and good? What you don't want this to turn into, Zach, you don't want this to turn into Saquon Barkley in New York, where Saquon Barkley, all-world talent, didn't have a good team around him, goes to a good team, like you said, and takes off.
Same thing happened with Christian McCaffrey. His time in Carolina, they were good for that little stretch.
But yeah.
And then the Carolina just fell off a cliff. He couldn't stay healthy. They were going back and forth. He got traded, goes to San Francisco, and lights it up. Yeah, that would be my concern too. But I think the floor of this pick is good enough that I have no problem with the Raiders taking him at 6.
Hey, quick note, guys. We kind of talked about this earlier, and I think this is smart. Minutes at this Adam Schefter. Minutes after drafting Abdul Carter, Kayvon Thibodeau's 5th-year contract, his option was picked up. So I think that's smart. Like, why are you moving him if you don't have to?
That is very interesting. We do have the pick in here for the New York Jets. Picking 7th overall. Looks like Roger Goodell at the podium here. They could use some help everywhere. And it is offensive tackle out of Missouri, Armand Membou, after taking Fashanu last year.
Yeah. So I had Membou as when I started talking about, unless you want to take him, Zach, but I'll say this. When I started talking about tackles and offensive linemen, I know everybody had fallen in love with, man, they're only giving guys 3 minutes for these picks. They're rolling, guys. They got this.
Wow.
You see that? You see the timer?
I just saw that, yeah.
So I'll say this, guys. Everybody started talking about the Josh Simmons stuff. No. And that's another thing where I think me and Zach jumping on it so early, Sky, we had kind of an idea like Membou was the clear 1 or 2 after a while. It wasn't even close. The interesting thing about Membou is he didn't play football till like his 11th grade year. He had a crazy growth spurt. He wasn't even one of the best kids on his team. Then when he went to Missouri, everybody, and this is what I mean, it's low-hanging fruit to just say he's a right tackle only. That's not the case. You have to do more research. What ended up happening was he went to Missouri. They had a left tackle. He was so good at right tackle that they just kept him at right. This guy can do everything. His bend, I think he's a better prospect to me than Will Campbell. He didn't show go ahead, Sky.
No, I agree. I'm agreeing. You cooking, go.
Yeah, no, his because to me, Sky, and maybe I'm looking at him from the Cowboys lens. You're talking about a guy that can move. You're talking about a guy that can get out, can run those dart schemes where he's pulling, can run those pin pulls, can mirror, and he has power. Sometimes he gets beat, he gets a little lungy, but I like the Jets doing, again, eat your vegetables. I think these next couple picks, including San Francisco, eat your vegetables type picks. Eat your vegetables type picks. People have chalked, San Fran to a receiver. Absolutely not. They've chalked Chicago receiver. Absolutely not. Eat vegetables. This was one of those picks. Armand Membou, you're a Jet.
You watch the film with this guy and you see the athleticism. Then he goes to the combine and has a 9.89 relative athletic score, which was, I think it was 7th overall among like 1,500 since 1987. Like, the dude is uber athletic. You can get in space, like easily mirrors. The foot speed is incredible. I do worry about his ability to play with power at times, like put guys in the dirt, like we saw with Tyler Smith coming out of college, like just the grown man strength. And I think it might be more so a mindset thing with Membou, but the athleticism is crazy at 6'4", 330 pounds. This next pick coming up for the Panthers, though, this is where I worry about the wide receiver going, I believe. This is where I start worrying about Tet. I think we're getting in that range, these next 2 picks.
Yeah, to quickly circle back to the Jets, Aaron Glenn, first-year head coach over there in New York, he's trying to set that. Look, I came from Detroit where we had a good offensive line, right? And he's like, we're trying to build that here. We saw what happened to Aaron Rodgers last year. We saw what happened to Zach Wilson, even though Zach's not that guy. The last 2 years with Aaron Rodgers, not great. So they're trying to, beef up that front there. But you're right. This is where it gets a little scary for Cowboys if you're trying to hope that Tet McMillan falls. And then if Tet does come off the board here, Golden could follow suit at some point. But no Tet, though, early could push Golden down to 12 though.
Yeah, I'm to me. Let's just hope you're right, Zach, because that might be. I didn't think about Carolina. I think Carolina has so many other needs. Now I'll say this: if Carolina does go Tet, we pick ourselves up off the mat. Who would be the pick for you guys? Would it be Jalen Walker? Would it be trade back? Who wants to come up? Would it be O'Marion Hampton? I mean, Mel has mocked that a lot, right?
No, I don't think Dallas is going to take a running back in the first round unless it was Jeanty. I think what it feels like for the Cowboys is wide receiver, cornerback in first round, second round. If those guys that they really want are there, Tet McMillan, possibly Golden, trade back. I think they're going to want to try to get back, and maybe that's where you start exploring offensive linemen. But I feel like if Golden is there, I don't think they go away from that, y'all. I think he would be the pick. It would shock me. Let me say that. It would surprise me if it's not Golden, if he's still there. And I think they'll try to trade back. I don't see Hampton, though, Zach. I know, and I could be totally wrong, but I just don't see them going running back in the first round unless it was Jeanty.
For running back, it would have to be Jeanty, I would hope. But Mel Kiper did mock him 3 or 4 straight.
He's been mocking that boy for a minute. That's why I'm like, I don't know, y'all.
Was he getting lazy, or does he know something?
Exactly.
But the Panthers have been mocked Jalen Walker since January. Jalen Walker, what is the pick? But I mean, I think as much money as they spent on the defense, if you look at where they spent their money in free agency, they gave out top 5 money. They put it all on defense. You look at their wide receiver room. They have an undrafted free agent. I can't remember the guy's name, but they have an undrafted free agent out there. Xavier Legette had a little bit of a rocky start to his career in Carolina. They're trying to help Bryce Young, who started coming on strong last year. This was the spot, and then another one would be the Saints at 9 is where I start getting worried about Tet falling to Dallas.
Yeah. Let's pray.
Yeah, if we go look at our cheat sheet, where they combine a lot of the projections with who they've been interested in, linked to pre-draft meetings and things like that, just a whole lot. Yeah, Jalen Walker and Mykel Williams are guys on that defensive side. Excuse me, that they're interested in. So yeah, I can see Walker, like you said. I'm with you there, Zach.
The only thing, if the Panthers do take Tet McMillan, which Zach may scare me. Let's see.
Yeah, and this is starting to get to the point now where we got to start going away from the chat too. So sorry, chat, we ain't gonna be talking to y'all too much over these next few picks. But with the 8th overall pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Tet McMillan.
Brother. Oh.
Okay. We reload. Here's my thing. You just drafted Xavier Legette. I think I like the pick. Actually, I love the pick because we loved them.
Yeah.
I'm hurt, but we're still in this thing. I think Sky laid it out, guys. Matthew Golden is still on the board.
Yeah.
He's still very much so in play. Now we need to ask ourselves, would Will Johnson be the pick? Would Jalen Carter be? I keep saying Jalen Carter, Jalen Walker. May go defense, but Tet McMillan is a Carolina Panther. Take it away. He's in your home state, Zach. Take it away.
Yeah, the prototypical X wide receiver frame, 6'5", 212 pounds. The size is a matchup nightmare alone. He's got the ball skills. He tracks the ball down the field extremely well. The body control to be 6'5", and if you watch the highlights right now, he just moves so well. He is a little thin, so it gives him a bit of an advantage, but the way he can play vertically, play close to the sideline, the body control, he actually is pretty good after the catch. I know Foots love Tet. I remember when we did our wide receiver rankings, wide receiver 1, what Travis Hunter is in his own world, but wide receiver 1 from the very beginning, I think back in December, and it makes a ton of sense. This pick really started to grow on me. Tet being in Dallas really started to grow on me as the process went along, and to see him go to Carolina, which I thought was a spot he could go, It does stink, but we'll regroup and somebody please take Mykel Williams.
Here's the problem with Carolina making this pick. It goes back to they have the 32nd ranked defense in the NFL.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Yeah, and
not
they just
good.
took a wide receiver.
Not good. That's what you can't do. But I don't
Did they not
draft.
trade up. They traded up for Leggett. They traded back into round 1 last year.
Yeah.
So they gave up picks for him too.
Yeah. You got Leggett at the back end of the first, and you're getting Tet here, and I would say they don't complement each other. But again,
No.
But I don't want to be disingenuous here. I don't believe that Tet and CD necessarily complement each other. But Tet's a big playmaker, red zone guy. I don't really care that he's not an exact oppo of CD Lamb. So, but I don't think Leggett is CD Lamb. So I think they're looking at it like, whoops, maybe Leggett isn't who we thought he was, and we're not going to pass up this 6'5", 200+ pound freak here, who is one of the smoothest guys at that size. And I know if you look around the league over the last half decade or so, the league is shifting more towards the smaller guys, shiftier guys, separators, and that's all fine and dandy. But there have been big receivers. They took a big receiver last year, the Panthers, but this is, I think, a different type. He has that volleyball background. You see it. He jumps out of the building, and not just on 50-50 jump balls like a la Michael Gallup. You see the reach, you see the extension. I don't get moved by the separation thing because I include separation with his catch radius. So if you're on Tet's back, if you're in good coverage, you might be in good coverage right here. If they put the ball right here, sure. But he can put the ball 2-3 feet out wide, and that's an entirely different window for Tet to be open for a good quarterback. Now, can Bryce Young take advantage of that? We'll see.
Yeah. See, so to me, when you talk about Carolina, I think I love the player. I just always look at it from the team building aspect. You have a terrible defense. I would have wrote, I was off, and that's the beautiful thing about what we do. I'll stand in front of this camera and say I was off. I had them locked in for Jalen Walker. But that's what I think good teams do. They don't have a A-list player on their defense. Sure. Maybe you could go the D tackle, but they don't have an A-list player. You get those guys now. I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna stand right here. I will be perfectly fine with Will Johnson or Jalen Walker if it happens. I'm okay with both of those guys because I know what they do to this defense. I think the pick will be pray it's a receiver now, because I don't know, maybe I don't even want to say what position group I think they may go, but pray it's a receiver. No, I'm talking about Dallas. I don't know. Dallas. I don't know what's here. I think this might be Jalen Walker. Here.
Yeah, the Saints are the most interesting because we saw Jackson Dart go in there in mock drafts. Like defensive players, we saw Tet go in there. Like the Saints are they have so many holes in their roster and so caught up with money on the salary cap that they could go any number of ways. And this is Kellen Moore's first pick. But as mad as I am at the Panthers, if they do think that Leggett was maybe a miss, we do want these teams to admit it early. Correct. Instead of being like, and taking somebody they didn't have over Tet. So maybe the best player on their board.
The pick is in for the New Orleans Saints, as we have Roger Goodell up there with the 9th overall pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. The New Orleans Saints select offensive tackle Kelvin Banks. All right. Okay.
So, good Saints, good team building there. You are, like you said, Sky, they're not a quarterback away. They're not a what's the word you guys get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, they're not one piece away is what you're saying.
Yeah, so you build from the inside out. This is how, when you're not a piece away, they're gonna give Kellen Moore 5 years to build this thing. They're gonna hey, go out there, see what it looks like with Spencer Rattler, run the ball. You got Rashid Shaheed, you got Chris Olave, run the ball. But let's talk about Kelvin Banks. And I'm actually glad that they took it. I shouldn't say that. But
I know where you're going, but yeah.
You get me, you follow what I'm putting down, bro?
I sure do.
Okay, so, and it's funny because guys like Dan Brugler actually have him as a guard. I don't know where they'll play him. I don't know if you're playing him as a guard, taking him at 9. Sky, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. They went Kelvin Banks. He is a physical guy. So one thing that you'll notice about Cameron Williams, Kelvin Banks, all those Texas linemen, they come off the ball, Sky. Like, they come off the ball, they want to hit you, they'll reach block you, they'll get on that upfield shoulder. He moves well. I think the only issue I have with Kelvin Banks is he gets very lungy. He gets extremely lungy.
I don't like lungy tackles.
Yeah, that's why I like him inside. He'll get lungy, and if he's dealing with like the Georgia game was bad. You know, that might be the game that got Michael Williams and Jalen Walker drafted, because those guys, they get lunch. He also like led college football in holding calls, I believe. Like he's one of those guys, and he does that because there's this time that his base just isn't great. So if you can clean that up, if you're going to coach that up, and if he's running the ball downhill, and I mean, if you're a team that's going to get downhill a lot, he's great at guard or tackle. But when he has to catch, when he has to move, sometimes it's not great. That's my thing with Kelvin Banks. But other than that, I like the player.
Yeah, what I like so much about Banks is he's got grown man strength coming into the league. Like, it's hard to add strength, like that kind of power in the run game, the ability to move people off the line of scrimmage. He does have to clean up some footwork stuff and pass protection. It can be inconsistent, especially against quicker guys. Starts to lunge, starts panicking a little bit. But I liked him more as a guard, projecting him as a guard, and more in terms of the Cowboys, like the Cowboys team. Are they about to make a pick?
No.
Oh, they're just talking. Okay. In terms of the Cowboys, playing him at right guard, I just imagine the amount of power that you would have with Smith, BB, and then Banks. I think I like Banks more than most people out there, but this is a good pick for Kellen Moore. Like, you got 5 years to build this thing, build it from the inside out, like Foot said.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's another one of those teams where, you know, first year head coach, a lot of different needs. They don't believe in the quarterback situation, but they also don't want to put a quarterback in a terrible situation when they do get one. So you build that house up from the bottom down, or from the bottom up, right? You build the foundation, or get the insides right, strong, and ready for whenever you do try to prop that quarterback in there. And they did not have a terrible offensive line in regards to the resources, right? They picked my man Talisi Fuaga, correct, from Oregon State last year, if I'm not mistaken, and they already had a couple other high draft picks on their line. So yeah, they're just trying to solidify that foundation for whenever they can drop that quarterback in there.
You know what I like too is if he doesn't play great at left tackle, right tackle, wherever you put him, just move him into guard. Yeah. He'll probably be really good. I mean, I know you don't want to spend the 9th overall pick on it, but
no, that's an excellent point, Zach. And I want to bring this back to the Cowboys, because we were 2 picks away. The Bears pick is in at the moment. But this is a conversation that we had when we did our mock draft, right? Is if you're going to take this type of offensive lineman, if you're the Cowboys, I think it's a guy that has to have that value of going outside in, inside out, as opposed to a pure inside guy at 12. Yep. That's why I'm not really buying that. I'll be shocked. I'll just say this. I'm not saying it's not possible, because anything is possible. I'm not doing that anymore. But I'm just saying their history shows, give me a guy that was a tackle moving into guard, or that was a guard that has flexibility to play tackle as well, even if they don't, right, as opposed to a pure guy. But the pick is in for the Chicago Bears, where a lot of people were mocking Jeanty, but you guys have this. You said Hampton could be a situation here. So.
Maybe even Warren. Watch Tyler Warren.
Tyler, another tight end. But you know what? Teams do that. So here we go. Chicago Bears with the 10th overall pick in the 2020 NFL Draft will be selecting
Tyler Warren, tight end. He could be lineman here too as well. We got over 1,200 people in here. It's crazy.
Oh! I forgot about Steve McMichael. Bongo. I didn't mean to press that button while Steve McMichael was there. But rest in peace. I believe he just passed a day or so ago. Got into the Hall of Fame. He got a chance to see himself. I said Bongo. My bad. Got a chance to see himself in the Hall of Fame. But here we go. The pick is in 10th overall. Chicago selects. Oh, they're still doing the ball. See, that's the thing. We can't hear it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Apologies, y'all. By the way, shots out to, I think we have about 1,400 people combined in the chat. Continue to share this thing and bring on your not just your Cowboy friends, but your NFL friends into our live stream here as we cover this draft. And I want to give a mid-game hat tip here to Foots and Zach. They are absolutely crushing the analysis on these players right now. I'm extremely impressed, y'all. Nah,
thank you, man. I mean, this has been, honestly, it's rolling. Like, I'm thinking we're going to be here till 12 o'clock at night. Ain't the case. They're going to get through this first round for sure. And we 2 picks away.
Here we go.
Yeah, I was about to say, bro, we only got, I mean, once the Bears pick, we're sitting pretty.
Ooh,
okay.
The Chicago Bears make the surprise selection of the night by taking a tight end, but not the tight end you think. Tight end Colston Loveland from Michigan goes before Tyler Warren. Foots, you had the position. You had the wrong player, but the right position. How y'all feel about Colston Loveland, man?
You want him, Zach? Oh, I can take him because I love Colston.
I can talk about him for a second. They this was polarizing as far as people's tight end rankings. Some people like Tyler Warren better. Some people like Colston Loveland better. But with Loveland, he's the better receiver. Incredibly productive in 2024, 2.67 yards per route run. That ranked in the top 5 in the country. Just a 3.4% drop rate. He's 6'5", smooth, fluid, and he's got really good twitch. And he is a good route runner. Like, he's a receiver. He can play as a power slot. He can't block as good as Tyler Warren, and maybe that's where they separate him. But as a receiving weapon, somebody to catch passes in the offense for Caleb Williams, I actually really like this pick for the Bears. I believe they still have Cole Kmet.
Yeah, they got a
they still have him
too. Yeah.
Yep. So this one was surprising. I really thought Warren would be picked before Loveland, but I kind of want to see Tyler Warren on the board at 12 just because it makes it a little bit more interesting.
We had that conversation.
But I really like Loveland as well.
Yeah.
I'll say a few things about this guy. So obviously the better of the tight ends between him and Luke Schoonmaker.
I was about to say, this ain't no damn Schoonmaker.
Oh no. This guy's movement is really, really good. He moves like a receiver. And honestly, I think, and I said this yesterday, a lot of people think of Tyler Warren as like the big blocker. I actually think Tyler Warren's a better playmaker. I see Colston Loveland be a little bit more chippy and like gritty as a blocker, which is weird because he's only 248. But like at Michigan, you're required to block. They run so much 11 and 12. And, Sharon Moore, he wants you guys to block. He is very good in the seams, guys. Like corner routes, anything in the seams, overs, post, skinny post. He's sharp in his route running. This pick makes sense, especially for Ben Johnson. We put Jeanty there. He'll know what to do with Colston Loveland. I thought it would have been tackle, possibly Josh Simmons. I think that Josh Simmons is off the Cowboys board, and I think he's off a lot of teams' board. I don't want to trash the guy, but I did hear a lot that he wasn't in love with football. And so I think that may be what's going on here, because a lot of people had Simmons as their air quote number one receiver. Their number one left tackle, but I don't think that was the case. So when it comes to Loveland, man, I can honestly say, guys, like, I'm not mad at it, especially for the Bears. And this is, Sky, you like, remember when I asked you earlier about who's calling the offense for the Raiders? I really didn't know. Like, I know who's calling the offense for the Bears.
Sure.
This is going to help Caleb Williams. Easy targets, get in rhythm throws, get open. This is a Caleb Williams pick.
All right, let's bring this back to the Cowboys. We've been I think doing our due diligence for the rest of the league and rest of the fans that are tuning in here. Shouts out to you again. Once again, there's many different fans likely watching right now. But at the end of the day, we are Dallas Cowboy fans here. So let's jump back into this war room. And as we sit 2 picks away, here are some of the remaining players on the board. Will Johnson, Jahdae Barron. We talked a lot about the cornerbacks there on our show a couple weeks ago, Foots. Mykel Williams, we've been hearing things like Mykel Williams, Walter Nolan, but again, right there, I'm not sure. I feel that. Matthew Golden is still sitting there 2 picks away. I feel like that is the type of pick that they would want if it's still there. And when I say 2 picks away, it's actually 1 pick because San Francisco is about to pick, and then the Cowboys will pick. So they will have a guy available to them here that they really like, obviously bringing in from the 30 visits. But as we sit, the pick is in for the Niners, and the Cowboys are going to be on the clock here in a second. If we had to pick everybody right now, I think it's Matthew Golden.
I think it's Matthew Golden. I pray it's Matthew Golden. I'm just praying it's Matthew Golden.
But let's play devil's advocate. Zach, what do you think, real quick, before we?
I'm gonna say Emeka Egbuka, and they're gonna stay at 12, and they're gonna take him.
Oh, no, we know how we feel about that. We took him in our mock draft.
That's just been mine ever since for months now.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna stick with it. I'm not trying to trash the player or anything. Some of the names like Mykel Williams at 12, Walter Nolan at 12, like I really hope those receivers, Golden or Egbuka, are higher on their board. Wouldn't mind Will Johnson. I would think I would like it a little better as a trade back candidate. But let's see if Dallas does trade back. Like, is there anybody? So Tyler Warren's still on the board.
Tyler Warren, yep.
He's been.
Does Denver want to move up?
Yep, like Denver with Sean Payton. I think they're at 20.
But aren't we at that weird position, the spot where only Tyler Warren is the guy that kind of quote unquote fell?
Yeah.
And are you trading up for a tight end? And no offense to Tyler Warren, I think he's fantastic, right? But I don't know that I'm trading up for Tyler Warren.
Yeah.
That's the conversation. So I think they could be in a situation where I think they want to trade back here, no doubt about it, because you still have the two receivers you like and you want, in Golden and Egbuka. And by the way, we'll be jumping for joy for either one of those, by the way.
Yeah.
But they may say, you know what, instead of getting great value here, they said they wanted value. Maybe they say, whatever, we'll trade back 5 spots and only get a fourth round pick. It wouldn't be great value, but they get that 4th round in return, and maybe they feel they still can get their guy. Could they sit here and take him? Yes, but I think they're on the phones right now. I think Will McClay is trying to get on the phones and get back. I don't know if they can, though.
I would love for Dallas to get out of here. As I think about it more, I would love to get out of here.
I would
guys.
too. If we can,
I don't know if it'll happen, but
3,
I would love that.
Like go down to 15 and pick up an extra 3 or 3 and a 7 or 6 or whatever. I would love it. But I don't know, Zach. I don't know if there's enough value there for somebody to come up.
That's what I was gonna like. What are they coming up for?
That's
we talked about this when we did our mock draft. Like they might have to sit here and stick and pick because
Yep.
I don't think anybody's gonna want Golden. Dallas should take Golden. I don't think anybody's gonna want Walker. Walker's still on the board. Golden's on the board. Tyler Booker's on the board, so that's interesting. They may say, and they'll say they got wiped and take a guard. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if they'll take a guard. I mean, you guys can see the look on my face, but I don't know.
Pick is in now for the San Francisco 49ers. And the San Francisco 49ers select as we get up here. Oh, they're doing they getting all that in early, Foots.
Yeah.
They getting it all in early. They say, y'all gonna get this work.
I think Dallas may try to move, guys.
Oh, yeah, I think they definitely want to move, but can they move? All right, the 49ers select edge Mykel Williams out of Georgia. Here we go.
Now we're rolling, boys.
All of those scary, Mykel Williams, Kelvin Banks, they're off the board now. They're off the board.
Actually like Mykel, but
my bad, yeah.
Yeah,
I didn't mean to do that to Mykel, call him a bad player or anything.
No, you're good, Sky. No. So let's talk about Mykel Williams for a second, and we'll talk about the Cowboys.
Sure.
I don't even know if their pick is in or if they're even on the clock. This clock is rolling, but I don't think this clock is accurate. So that's that. I'll say this: Mykel Williams, great long arm player. He'll long arm you.
1 minute.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, bro, he is a really, really good athlete for his size. Battled the injury this year, Sky. But he'll press you in the run game. People are gonna look at the sack production. He's gonna get better in the league. Get him. Okay, you see him on a 49ers defense, the way that Shanahan wants to play defense. You know him and Bosa are gonna wreck the league. I like the pick.
Yeah, he'll be good. This was my concern with the Cowboys is it is the perfect. They like taking edge rushers in every draft, and they like taking the toolsy guys with the elite frames, like 6'5", 265. He's only 20 years old. Like, he has all the time in the world to develop, get better. I think he's a better run game player right now than a pass rusher. He just, like, as a pass rusher, you can tell he doesn't quite know what to do after he gets stopped the first time. Like, he'll try one move, and if it doesn't work, he's just kind of like, all right. But the frame, elite. The testing, elite. All of that stuff, he has all the biggest chance in the world to be a really, really good player. And he probably will be because it's the San Francisco 49ers and not Dallas.
The Cowboys, let's bring it back, man. Cowboys are on the clock, and the pick is in. Now, the pick apparently got in when the clock went below a minute. So I think they probably were trying to get on the horn, but they are sticking and picking. Ladies and gentlemen, Dallas is not moving off of this pick. With that said, where do you think they could go at this moment?
I think they might have panicked, bro.
What do you mean?
So I think they're going to try to trade. I don't know. I think they were trying to get out of there.
The pick is in. They're not trading.
No, that's what I'm saying. I think they tried to.
Here we go. We're here, ladies and gentlemen. The Cowboys, 12th overall. Oh my goodness. Guard Tyler
They took a guard at 12.
Booker. They stuck and they picked. They stick and picked Alabama guard Tyler Booker, trying to solidify that interior offensive line. And the offensive line was definitely a topic of conversation. And the offensive line was definitely a legitimate conversation to have. And here they are. They took it. Tyler Booker, ladies and gentlemen, who we talked about him the other day. I thought, in my opinion, the lateral movement was something that they might not be turned on with, but everything else, apparently they liked a whole lot. And he's here.
My question is, if they like Tyler Booker, because this isn't we just are now hearing about them liking him. It's not new to them. Why did they sign 38 guards in free agency?
You got to wonder if it was to just protect themselves in case Tyler Booker wasn't there, or any of the guards they might have wanted wasn't there.
Dude, yeah, it's just. I mean, I like Tyler Booker. 12 is rich. But I do understand it. Brock Hoffman, TJ Bass, Tyler Booker as a player, tons of power in that frame. Like, he will dirt guys. He looks for work. Very strong off the bat NFL strength.
Yep.
I might be with Foots on this one. They might have panicked a little bit. I really thought it would be wide receiver, not necessarily Matthew Golden, but like Ibuka. Like, they got to get better on the outside.
I tell you what, but that interior pocket is not going to get pushed. you know what I'm saying?
No. There's tons of power on the interior now. I mean, you look at Smith, Beebe, Booker, like, they're going to be able to move people in the middle. And you look at the NFC East, the Philadelphia Eagles with Jalen Carter, that interior defensive line. The Commanders have always had a great interior. Dexter Lawrence in New York, like, makes sense, and they might be trying to really rebuild this thing because Zach Martin's gone. And maybe that's why they took a guy they're expecting at right guard. Like, we need to get our Zach Martin back. Yeah.
I mean, this is a team that's no stranger to taking offensive linemen in the first round, and they go back-to-back years doing it, 3 times in the last 4 drafts now doing it. So it feels like what they're trying to do is this version of when they took, if you guys remember back in 2011, they selected Tyron Smith. 2013, they selected Frederick. 2014, they selected Zach Martin. They're trying to replicate that, and we'll see where it will go. I do think running back will be a selection they'll make maybe sometime late day 2, possibly day 3, but they're solidifying the interior offensive line, which, it was a need. If you go look at the needs, it was a need. One of my things has always been, does the pick make sense? Even last year, wasn't a fan of Tyler Guyton in the first round or in general, but I get it that they needed a tackle. The Cowboys needed help on the interior offensive line. I didn't think it'd be here. I didn't think it'd be this high, right? But they've got their guy they believe is going to be there for the next decade. And I think he is plug and play, and he will be a very good offensive guard for sure. I just hope that they are able to address their other needs tomorrow, which I'm pretty sure they will. I don't know how they get out of this without a receiver in the next 2 rounds.
I think it's always funny when people are like, I really hope Dallas goes BPA. Like we were talking about that when we were doing our mock draft, like Dallas going BPA. Do we think that Tyler Booker was their best player available? I always wonder if the Cowboys kind of grade on a curve. Like they know what they need. And when they put their board together, are they grading on a curve? Like, we really like Tyler Booker, the guard. Like we need a guard. I mean, this might have been their best player available. I really would have liked some help on the outside. I think you got to get better at wide receiver 2. And maybe this is what they were talking about. Maybe they go out and trade for a wide receiver 2 if they don't feel like they get one in the next 2 rounds. But once again, the draft isn't over. No,
not at all. And I'm honestly a little bit, I'm with you here in the sense that I don't know that he was. They'll probably say it, and it is what it is. If he is, then hopefully it's like a Tyler Smith situation where like, hey, nobody had him as the 12th overall guy, or I should say nobody, but Tyler Smith to them, I think, was like 16th on their board. So when they got to 23, or 24, he was like, of course, we're taking Tyler Smith.
Yep.
But I don't know if Booker they had as a top 10 type of guy, but if they did, then that's probably why they took him. Or Zach, you could have got to a point where your stack got to where tags were touching so much, right? That now, if you remember what Stephen Jones said, we have to weigh our options on where to allocate these resources versus need. And they probably said tags are touching. We want to get a plug and play right guard, and they drafted it. Would I have taken that? Probably not. With Golden sitting there and Ibuka, but he's going to be a plug and play. Let me say this: I don't think anyone believes that Tyler Booker's a bad player. I think the thing is people believe that you aren't going to get the same quality of quote unquote weapons on the outside from a receiver standpoint that you would have got if you was stuck there. But they probably have that same argument with the offensive line, y'all. They probably don't believe that there's a Tyler Booker outside of the first round. So now it's somebody got to die, right? Somebody has to starve.
And I do agree with them. The interior offensive line play drops off tremendously after round 2. After round 2, like it starts dropping off pretty steep.
Mm-hmm.
I think you would have gotten along better having all the guards that they signed this offseason and trying to get your wide receiver. But you know what? First round wide receivers aren't a 100% hit rate either.
Mm-hmm.
Like you have just as good of a chance. Like Golden has I think it was like a 35% chance over the past 10 years or whatever. I just think they talked about wide receiver 2 so much, and Golden was mocked to him relentlessly. Tet. But we also talked about how all these guys from now 12 to 30 are so bunched up that it's really just a preference thing. And Dallas preferred the guard.
That's where I'm at with it too. Foots, I know you still over there a little shocked.
I mean, the problem is I just don't have Tyler Booker graded as a great player. Just being honest, I can't fake the funk. I hope he's good, but I would have went Grace Abel. Just being honest, like I don't look at him as a great player.
I will fight you on that.
I don't even have the energy to fight, bro.
No,
I don't even have the energy to fight.
I'm not going to fight you. I'm not going to fight you. But no, I think Tyler Booker, they were never taking the FCS offensive lineman with 12th overall. They took a Power 5 Alabama powerhouse guard. Like, again, let me circle this back. And I don't know. Now, Foots just said what he said. So he truly believes that, he's not in on the talent that is Booker. I personally think he's a good player. He's a really good player. This wasn't to me about the player, more so about the specific position, like offensive guard. He ain't sliding anywhere else. Not center, not that offensive guard only. At 12, no trade back, getting no extra value. I thought they wouldn't do that. But it was a position of need, and he is a baller. So it's a weird situation, right? Like, yeah, I'm not. This isn't Tet McMillan, but I don't think this is Tyler Guyton either, y'all.
I 100%.
I
don't know.
You think this is Tyler Guyton, Foots?
I don't think that
I don't think
he's.
this is Tyler Guyton.
I think people think they're gonna get Zach Martin, and it's just not the case. I mean,
And-
we'll
and-
see.
And what I mean by Tyler Guyton, remember Tyler Guyton was like what, the 6th tackle taken, 7th tackle project. Ain't nothing projectable about, and that ain't even a word, but I'm gonna say it. Ain't nothing projectable about Tyler Booker. He's
I
plug
agree.
and play.
Yeah, the only
if
question
they're-
is the athleticism, and we talked about that
Correct.
the other day.
That's what we talked
How
about.
does he fit in a scheme where you're running outside gap scheme, pin and pull? Like, can he move? He's powerful as hell.
I think he can move from A to B, no problem. I do worry if he has to go A to C and wide.
Yes.
Like that. I am going to be intrigued to see how that works, especially given that Clayton Adams more so has leaned from a scheme standpoint with that. But Will Hernandez was another guy that wasn't this uber athlete, a little bit more sluggish, and he was pretty damn good under Clayton Adams. So I don't think it's that Tyler Booker cannot do it. It's can he be good at it? Because I watched, and y'all going to hate this, I watched Tyler Smith struggle with that earlier, and he was more athletic than Tyler Booker. But Tyler Smith, I don't know if y'all remember this, Foots and Zach, on film. I used to bring this up on my Tape Tuesdays. When he pulled, man, when it was ugly. But it wasn't because he couldn't move. It's just he didn't know what the hell he was doing. Yeah. Right? He didn't know what he was doing. I think Booker knows what he's doing, but does he have the athleticism to be consistently good going from A to C or with certain type of pin pulls?
Yeah. I think, to me, it's one of those things where, like, now who is he blocking for? You know what I mean? Who are we throwing the ball to? Because I'm so consistent with, like, because what's going to happen is we'll get in the thick of things and just the playmaker and the playmaking ability.
Now that's the conversation.
That's
right?
what scares me.
That's the other conversation on the other side. If you guys want to have that, is that okay? You did pass up on a couple playmakers right there. I'm guessing you have to get that tomorrow night, right?
And I think that's what scares me is it felt like they had to get a running back last year. And then they go into the 3rd round, they take Marist, and then 4th round, all those backs go. And then in 5th round, they're like, oh, well, we didn't get our back. And then they panic sign Ezekiel Elliott after. But I just saw a report about Tyler Booker that it's plus character and leadership is a box that he's checked. And the Cowboys talked about that. A guy that loves football. Yep. Loves football. Well, sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine. James Slater came out earlier and said they were worried about the leadership in the room. And if Tyler Booker is a guy that I don't think a rookie's going to do it, but if he's a guy for the future to do it, that's something to pay attention to.
Yeah. And this is I think this is a stick in there and make the pick guy. I think they could have traded back and got him.
I definitely think so.
They panic.
But did anybody want to trade back?
Teams to trade back, and I mean, nobody wanted to come up.
There you go.
Dallas sat there and picked.
Because why would you? Why would you? Look, Kenneth Grant, I'm sorry, won 13th overall to the Miami Dolphins. 3 Michigan players in the top 13. How about that? And then Tyler Warren just selected by the Colts, ladies and gentlemen. But sorry for all those who may not be Cowboys fans. We're going to bring this back to Dallas here. Yeah. As Tyler Booker is the pick for the Cowboys, which again, I know it's not the sexy pick, but the reason why I'm not like tripping or panicking right now, did I want an offensive lineman here? Did I want one? No. Did I think the Cowboys needed one? Yes. And do I think this is a good one? I do think he's a good one, but the other side of the conversation that I am worried about now, is on day 2, are they going to be able to nail it? Day 2 is going to be really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have picks, so now you don't have a 4th round pick. So like these next 2 picks kind of have to be like, now you talk about defense, like where? I don't know. You know,
defensive tackle, I think, is still obviously, we're talking about needs. DTs still need, cornerback still need, wide receiver, running back still need, and you got only 2 more picks in the top 148. Like you got 2 picks in the top 148. You still got 4 like blinking red lights.
Yeah, no, I don't know. Like I said, if he's comboing, I love him. But if he's gonna reach block and do stuff like that, he's gonna struggle. I hate to tell people that. Um, you know, like I really do hate to tell people that, man. But
I'm not in the streets yet, but shout out to my guy Professor O. He said if they take an offensive lineman, he gonna break his TV. There are a lot of fans who feel that way about it.
Oh yeah.
I've detached myself from getting emotionally tied to a lot of these players ever since. I tell the story a lot. The Taco Charlton situation. I was all in on TJ Watt. I was on my TJ Watt no matter what train. He gets to us. I'm like, we're taking him. He took Taco, and I said, that's it. I'm done attaching myself emotionally. Yes, there will be players I like. Yes, I'll have my preferences. I switched my entire thought process to does it make sense? And a lot of people will say, no, it doesn't make sense to take a guard at 12. And I'll just run it back to, well, does this team need this position? And does it make sense for them to take that position? I think it makes sense. I just didn't think it'd be at 12, y'all. That's all I'm saying.
And it's the expectation. A lot of people woke up this morning and they thought Tet McMillan was going to be a Cowboy or Matthew Golden was going to be a Cowboy.
Definitely Golden. I know Golden would be.
And they're going to bed with Tyler Booker, who's somebody that we really haven't talked about a ton. And I'm telling you, you got to listen to these like last 48, 72 hours, things like that's a name that just slowly started popping up. Oh, they might go offensive lineman. They might go offensive lineman. And then he's there. But I think it's just the expectation. People just thought they were going wide receiver. I mean, look at all those mock drafts. It was Tet, Golden, and then Mel Kiper on his own with Omarion Hampton. I mean, I just think that's what people thought the pick was going to be. And you get a guard. It's not flashy. And they're upset. But yeah, I've learned to detach myself from these players too. And I didn't think Tet was ever going to be there. And I'm not a gigantic Golden fan. I am a little upset about Egbuka though.
Yeah, I thought they could have traded back and at least got Egbuka.
I think they tried. I honestly think they tried, but why would anybody come up? And in a way, I don't think you're wrong, Foots, in the panicking situation. It may come off as panicking to the outside world, but I truly do believe they was like, look, man, here's our stack. I don't think there's a big difference here. And, they probably feel like they can get a receiver. Like, think about it. This is something that we talked about a lot. They have not taken skill position players high over the last 20-some years. Since 1997, they've only selected 5 skill position players in the first round. We're screaming that to them, but that doesn't mean that the people that are doing that have changed. It's the same people. So nothing is they didn't change who they are. So what really would make us think that would change after they just saw their quarterback get hurt and he's aging and things like that, right? We wanted it to change, but they are still making those decisions, and that's why I think the offensive line talk grew a little louder as the days started to get closer to the NFL draft, and then obviously we get here and they take Tyler Booker. So it doesn't. That's why I'm not surprised. Honestly, I'm surprised a little at 12. I'm not surprised they took a lineman in the first round. But when you start adding context, they couldn't trade back. What are they going to do? What makes them feel comfortable? And what has made them feel comfortable over the last 20-some years is taking an offensive lineman in the first round.
Yeah.
More so in the last decade, if we're being real, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I mean, I get it. I just, at the end of the day, man, it's one of those things that let's hope he plays well.
I think he will. I think he will. For me personally, Foots, this isn't Guyton. Last year with Guyton, we all were like, well, at least I was. It's actually flipped. Last year, you were selling us on Guyton, me and Vach. I was saying I think Guyton's a 2025 pick. I had no expectations of Guyton being like those other first round picks early right away. I said, guys, and I know as fans we get excited and we like to jump the gun. Oh man, our offensive line's great now. And this is no joke. Cowboys took Guyton last year. The same fans clamoring for offensive line this year were saying the offensive line was fixed because they took Guyton. And I'm saying like, dog, he's a ball of clay. This is a 2025 pick. Let's relax. Let's just give him a year to make some mistakes and hopefully he learns from them next year. I don't look at Booker as that. I think Booker is going to plug and play and he's going to be solid for you. if not damn good. It's just, is it enough for you to be like, I'll take the risk on rolling out the Jalen and Jalen firm and Miles Sanders and them boys. Like, you hope they don't get comfortable with that is all.
Yeah. I mean, I think that I think that this team panicked. I can't fake. One thing about it, I'm not like emotionally, and like, it's the biggest thing for me is I look at a team that has a real need. So now you go into the second and third rounds, and now it's more hope. Now it's, can one of these second round receivers really pan out? Maybe. I would have stood in there and I would have took Matthew Golden and I would have lived with the results. You have 20 guards on this team. And so now, what are all these guards gonna do? Like, what is he gonna? Are we easing him in there? Are we?
No, Foots. Come on.
All right, so Brock Hoffman, Thomas, all those guys just
first of all,
backups.
Yes,
no, I'm with you. Cool.
They were backups to begin with, right?
I'm with you. But I know, but the problem with it is, Sky, the fan base will sell you on a guy like, and the team, well, oh yeah, he's working hard, this, that, and the third. Because the problem is the same thing that Brock Hoffman struggles with, so does Tyler Booker. Like, I don't know why people look at his RAS score. Tyler Booker is not an athlete. That's the issue. And so the scheme that Clayton Adams runs, I hope it's gonna just be a lot of downhill and duo. He can't move. I'm telling you what I know.
Foots, I'm not arguing the athletic part. He's definitely not an athlete in that manner. But what he struggles with, and what who'd you say, Hoffman? I think they don't struggle with the same thing. Hoffman is a get in the way guy. Hoffman is not, he doesn't have a strong anchor. I think Hoffman can get to the second level better than the Tyler Booker, but he ain't going to sustain and dirt people in that manner. I think Hoffman actually can move better than Tyler Booker, but he's not a better player than Tyler Booker. I don't think they struggle with the same things. I think Hoffman's a backup guy. He's not a guy that you play 17 games as a starter. He can play center, he can play guard type situation. There's so many layers of this conversation that you have to have. I don't think fans do a good enough job in elaborating all of them. You have depth potential with those guys, but you were relying on the depth guys to be a starter, right? Okay.
Yeah.
But on the flip side of that, you shouldn't need 5 top 50 picks on your offensive line.
I know.
Like that's the other conversation. You absolutely should not need that. And that goes back to what these guys have done over the last decade plus. They fell into what they're comfortable with. You know what I mean? They are comfortable with taking a sure thing, safe pick. I think last year was more of a gamble than a safe pick in regards to Tyler Guyton. But their history shows Travis Frederick, Tyron Smith, Zach Martin. This is more of that level coming out of college than Tyler Guyton, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I hope maybe they're gonna run the ball with Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders.
I hope not,
because I think the problem with it is I don't think those running backs, the top guys who could be a bell cow, everybody you getting in the third and second round will now, Scott will be those more gadget guys. And so if that's what their possibilities are, if that's what they want to do, congratulations to the Cowboys. And let's hope they run a lot of duo. And my biggest thing is I really want to see this team put together a plan for this guy. I want to see this team do that. Sky.
I think my stream cut off here. Sorry guys, keep going.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh no, I'm good. My bad. I'm sorry. I thought my stream went out. Apologies.
Yeah, no. And I mean, I think it's just kind of unfortunate because you see teams like, I don't know, maybe we'll just have to wait and see because like I said, I think it was bad Carolina to go draft a weapon, but it'll be good Carolina if he pans out. I think that if you really had Matthew Golden high on the board, then you should have picked him. I don't know if
That's
did.
what I'm really interested to know. I want to know, again, was this something where they just got comfortable in what they're used to doing and they've done over the years? And as you say, you would say they panicked. Or did they truly stick to their board? I would love to have it. They're not going to tell us the truth, I don't think. We'll see. We'll see in the presser.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's tough because we just talked wide receiver so long. And I think of where this team was at with Zach Martin, right? But you also had Brandon Cooks and like other receivers here. Like, I think, would you rather have Brock Hoffman or TJ Bass at right guard and Matthew Golden, or would you rather have Tyler Booker with Jalen Tolbert as your wide receiver too? That's where I
easily the first one.
So it
easily.
I don't know. It's just
easily.
It's tough.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's if that is the options that we have, Zach, it's not even it's a no brainer to me because the way I believe that they should build, it shouldn't take you having to take 4 offensive linemen in the top 72 picks 3 out of the last 4 years. It shouldn't take that, right? Maybe the Cowboys just suck at developing everywhere else to the point they feel like, well, we only can hit on these guys this early, and that's how they feel. But it shouldn't take that, right? I was hoping Clayton Adams could be a guy to where they have confidence in doing so. And again, this isn't to say not take offensive line. They could have took one in the 3rd round for crying out loud. But I agree. If the options are, one of the million guards you have and a top wide receiver or one of the top pure guards and the receivers you have on the roster, I'm not even thinking twice. Give me one of the top receivers and we'll figure this thing out up front.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, the truth is he could pan out, and I hope that he does. I'm not mad because in theory, we knew that they were going to draft a guard at some point. We talked about this last night.
Mm-hmm.
I just think this may be one of the last times you're drafting at 12. I just don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know.
I think it's fair criticism. I think anybody that's the problem with, and I said this the other day, that's the problem with this conversation. It's tribal, it's trolly, it's everybody wants to be right, and we weren't having a proper conversation about it. I do think it's fair criticism, though.
It's just without knowing how he plays, I think you just take into account the positional value alone. Wide receiver versus interior offensive line. I do want to throw a little bit of hope in there, though. I do like some of the 2nd round wide receivers. I think if you want to get a wide receiver in the 2nd round, but you're going to have to start choosing between some of these running back. You're going to have to choose in round 2. You want a running back, you want your wide receiver.
Yep.
Right? You might have names like Jaden Higgins or Jalen Noel, Jack Besh. That's kind of my thing because I wanted to see this thing sort of go wide receiver, running back, corner, or something to the effect of getting some weapons for this offense. I think taking the guard wasn't something that I envisioned. So now I have to go back to the drawing board and figure out, okay, how are we going to stack this thing from here? Because like you said, you have 2 more picks inside the top 150.
That's something to discuss too, right? Like you literally only have 3 picks in the top 150, right? Like that's nuts. A lot of teams are able to move and shake and get extra picks. Dallas, they never are able to do it. So that's why I think, when you're selecting as high as you're selecting this year, it is extremely important to hit. And 2 sides of that. It's extremely important to hit, but it's also extremely important to not miss. And I feel like they feel like they're not going to miss on an offensive lineman. That's how I think they feel.
Yeah. Even if they don't, it's just.
This is very true. 3 Tylers on the line right now.
Yeah. I saw somebody tweet. I should name my son Tyler.
He'll get drafted by the Cowboys.
Yeah. So, yeah, they love drafting Tylers. That's for sure. But going back a little bit on what Foote said about him being an athlete, Dallas has never drafted based really on athleticism like these other teams. Like if you look at their combined RAS score amongst their draft picks, like they just don't really do it. They don't really look for athleticism. And that's what confuses me so much about what Clayton Adams and Connor Riley and Brian Schottenheimer are going to want to do, because what we thought they were going to do is get their guys pulling, get them out in space. But with Tyler Booker, he's just not the athlete. He had less than a 4 on his relative athletic score. So
let me adjust this quick, man, because y'all funky in this chat. Hey, somebody said I'm faking the funk. Man, you don't know me if that's the case. You must be new here.
Nah, Sky ain't faking it. Sky already.
You must be new here.
Sky was chalk for this. He knew. Honestly, if anybody's upset, if it will probably be me. I'm not really upset, just more confused. It's not upset because hey, he hits a need. You know, you had 1,000 needs. It hits a need, right?
If you're taking away of faking, what am I faking? I'm not jumping for joy, but I'm not down in the dumps. I understand the pick. Yeah, that's the problem I think nowadays is people want you to throw and break the TV and say this sucks and you suck, or people want you to be extremely homer. I'm just being completely real here and not making a fuss or trying to. When I say a fuss, trying to cause a scene here. There's no reason for me to cause a scene. I'm not surprised they took a lineman. If you've been paying attention to any of my work, I'm not surprised they took a lineman. I didn't think it'd be at 12, but it does not shock me that they're taking a lineman here. Personally, would I have done it? No, but I'm not surprised, and that's the problem. Y'all haven't altered your brains. It's either far left or far right. I told you I removed myself from the emotions of these players, especially with this franchise and this draft. Doesn't make sense. They needed a lineman. They believe it makes sense. I'm not about to sit here and cry and go crazy about the pick.
I think the issue with it is now there's people, and I'm pretty sure people are going to start to move Tyler Smith to left tackle.
No.
Well, yeah, but there you go. Like that's what I'm saying. This just felt like a complete. I'm not gonna say reach, but just like I don't know. Like, you know, I just don't know. Like, I mean, and I've been wrong before, and I'm okay with being wrong. Like I stand in front of this camera, being okay with being wrong. Tyler Booker pans out, I will be screaming like every other Cowboys fan because at the end of the day, I want to win it. This staff said he helps us win, draft him. I'm cool.
I think I got your answer, Foots, but I'll ask it anyway, and then I'll get Zach's answer because I'm a little confused on the situation. Zach said the value part. You're kind of sounding like the player part. I don't know.
I am.
I don't know.
I am.
Okay, I don't know what the fans feel. I think it's more not taking a weapon part. But to the player, now, Foots, your answer is the player. You don't think he's good. But to the actual player, do fans believe he's a bad player? Do fans believe Tyler Booker is not a good player? Because if that's the case, then I think you have all the right in the world to really be upset. But if you're upset because you didn't take a weapon, just say that. Like, don't diminish the player if you don't believe the player's bad. But if you believe the player is a bad player, then 100%. Now, the value part is where Zach said, and you can kind of explain this a little bit more. I do think there's also, you can have a little criticism about the value part because, again, I agree there. The pure guard at 12, that's not Quentin Nelson, feels a little weird, but they sat there and they took it, and I think he's going to be a starter for a while, but will he be that guy? I think that is a fair question.
So you drafted Zach Martin at 16.
14, I thought, but maybe it was 16.
I just looked it up.
Okay.
16th overall in 2014. We're saying that Tyler Booker, he doesn't have to be better than Zach Martin, but when you draft him at 12, he needs to be day one ready.
You don't think he is?
No. Oh. So here's the thing. I'll say this. I'm not gonna say he's not day one ready, Sky. I want to see the scheme now. I do have, and I reserve the right to have those questions about the scheme because everything I've seen with Clayton Adams and even with Connor Riley, it's a lot of movement on the line.
Fair.
That's my only fairness. If I can see the scheme, this means to me, I like him more as an inside zone player, Sky. Let's run inside zone. Let's run duo.
Let me find that graphic. I got you. Keep talking. So if we're going to talk about scheme, this isn't a one-sided scheme. This is a very versatile scheme. So they will run multiple things. But the questions about us when he does have to go A to C and pulling and the agility part, that's a legitimate flaw and questions that we have. There was going to be flaws on all these guys, and that is the flaw for Tyler Booker, in my opinion, Zach.
Yeah.
I don't really have much of a problem with the player. I mean, the athleticism a little bit scary, but there's been unathletic interior offensive linemen. Like, this isn't the first one. Sure. It's going to be the positional value, knowing that Golden's on the board, knowing that, we thought
always about who's on the board. Yeah,
exactly. And that's what's going to hurt the most. I do like the idea of making your interior offensive line better, considering what you're facing in your division. Like Jalen Walker, Dexter Lawrence, there's some good defensive interiors out there. Just
Here we go.
The wide receiver. I think I've had the wide receiver expectation since January. So
I believe this is over the last couple years with Clayton Adams in Arizona. This is just Arizona. They ran at least 120 plus different variations of their run concepts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of 5 different variations: pull lead, counter, outside zone, man, and inside zone. They ran inside zone 170 times. That was the most. Okay, the Cowboys, they weren't diverse. They ran inside zone 259 times, outside zone 188. Those are the only times they ran for over 100 different type of rushes per in a concept. So this scheme should be diverse. It should be diverse, but it's when we start doing the outside stuff, when we have to reach and we have to get to the C gap, that's where those questions, I believe, come. But I think even more than the player, Foots, and I know you're more on the player, I think it's about, are you going to be able to solidify the rest of your blinking red lights tomorrow? That's and for me, every time we was doing these mocks and things like that, it was always like, man, I can't. If I want to get an interior offensive lineman, I'll get one to go in there and compete later. I don't think I'm going to be able to get that weapon in the 4th, 5th round.
So I think the issue is too, right? So now, right, let's look at it. You have real issues on defense. So if the best player falls to you tomorrow on defense, but now you're like, we need to upgrade the receiver room. We need to get receiver 2 or whatever the case may have you. And then you get a little reachy, and let's say Carson Schlesinger is available. Do you get what I'm saying? Do you reach there and miss on another great player? The second round has haunted us, guys. The second round has haunted this team.
Not been good.
So I'm normally the most positive person in the world, and I'm trying to be, but I'm also just trying to make it make sense. And that's what I do, because we said that earlier. Sky, let's talk about the positive. The positive is this. This guy is going to keep Dak clean. If he doesn't have a quick 3 tech, he is going to keep Dak clean. It's hard to play through his body.
That's what I'm saying. Like, look, you're not going to, the pocket's not getting pushed back in Dak's face. If we're just talking pass blocking, like, he's not getting pushed back with BB, with Booker, and with Tyler Smith. It's just not happening, bro. But it might be clean. Is somebody getting the hell open, though? Is somebody getting open? We go see.
Yeah, and like, who's running the ball, Sky?
Well, you never would take in a running back here, right?
No. But now you have 2 picks tomorrow. You don't have a 4th round pick. So these 2 picks, are you going receiver, running back? With all the needs you have on defense?
You were never taking a running back at 12. So why are we even bringing that up?
I think if Jeanty was there, you would have took Jeanty. He wasn't there.
I think it's about sequencing those picks too. Like, now that you took the guard, when do you address, like, wide receiver? The fall off from 1 to 2 is pretty high, and then when you get into rounds 3, 4, 5, like, it really starts dropping off for wide receiver production. Expecting them to be like a hit. I don't know how you have your running backs graded, Foots, from the 2nd to the 3rd. I don't think the drop off's quite as big.
No, it's not.
I really, really hope they try to go wide receiver tomorrow if we're talking about, sequencing these things and filling spots.
I agree. Not taking the receiver in round 1. I don't think you take the running back in round 2. I think you can hold off on running back here. I don't know that you can continue to wait on receiver all the way to day 3. Right, I think you got to go either receiver tomorrow in the 2nd round or 3rd round. But, and this is, again, another reason why I prepare myself for this. With so many needs, you're going to come out the meat of this draft hungry somewhere else. You just were. You don't have enough picks. So say they go running back, receiver tomorrow. Cornerback, defensive tackle is blinking. Say they go defensive tackle, running back. Get ready for Jalen, ladies and gentlemen. Right? So that's the situation they put themselves in when you take a Tyler Booker, who, again, I think is going to be a fine player. But I have always been of the belief I can get me a pure, especially a power guard. I can get me a pure power guard and develop him. At least the rest of the league is showing me that later. Yeah. The rest of the league has showed me I can get me a power guard and develop him later in the draft. For whatever reason, the Cowboys can't do it.
Yeah,
My question, 8 Foots. I got a question for you.
Hey,
Is he
real
a
quick
bad-
before we go, Scott, can you look in the chat real quick? And then look in our chat, our private chat.
Oh, I got you there. And let me catch up everybody on what's going on. Jalen Walker went to Atlanta at 15. Walter Nolan went to the
so Walter Nolan did fall.
Yeah, and Shamar Stewart went to Cincinnati. I wonder if that means old boy might be up out of there. Hendrickson.
Yeah. Let's see.
Let me see. I see. Let me see. No, you're good, bro. You got 708 people over there, brother.
You're live.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. I was looking.
You mean? Oh, Zach. Let me see.
Yeah, Zach.
I don't know. I didn't. Let me. One second. Was it not on there the whole time? Really? Oh, definitely.
I know. I was like, but I'll talk about. I want to ask Foots a question with Tyler Booker real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
What is he a bad athlete because he's a bad athlete, or is he out of shape? I don't know. He's 321. His weight is fine.
I just don't see. I don't know. I don't want to poop on him anymore. I mean, like I said, it's gonna be about the scheme. I'll leave it there.
The fit.
Yeah, it's the fit, Zach, for me. I mean,
it's a like combination of things.
When I saw Gray Zabel play live, I just saw better feet. He played tackle. He played guard. I just honestly don't look at. I don't look at all of his highlights. Bookers are combos or double teams.
Zach,
like
I'm sorry, Zach. You good now? I'm not sure what happened. It was just. It was saying streaming data, but it said it's streaming now. Apologies for those who were trying to get on Zach's channel there.
All of his, all of his highlights or things that he does well is comboing and moving forward. Which, if you're gonna play that way, I am fine. Like, if you want to play that way, I'm fine. I just want to see the scheme because I don't think that Booker moves well laterally. He's a great leader. I get he was hype. I mean, it was kind of it's funny. It's just funny, bro. It's funny. Like, because I want him to be great. I just can't look at the film. Like, I'm literally looking at him move. I don't see good hips. I don't see good movement. I know what I'm looking at. So if anybody wants to argue me about that, that's what it is. Now, when he extends and gets hands on you, you're done. And if that's how they're going to play him and hide him in that way, Zach, perfect. Do it. If we want to use this and say, man, go block Jalen Carter, and that's why you're brought in, and you just be annoying pest to Carter. Problem is Carter wins with quickness too. So those are the issues. Now, I think that I hope that Brian Schottenheimer is tied to this and is like, man, you know what? I know exactly how I want to use this guy, and I know how we're gonna play. But that's just me, Like I said, I like Gray Zabel higher, and we're allowed to disagree about certain things like that. I would have went receiver.
That's what this process is, is ranking players and all this other stuff. If this was a wide zone, like pure wide, if this was the Minnesota Vikings or Kevin Stefanski, but my man over there, Kevin O'Connell, like, we love Kevin O'Connell. I don't think he fits in Kevin O'Connell, right? Yeah, like, at all, because it's mostly pure wide zone. I didn't necessarily think he'd be like the perfect fit here either, to be honest. But we are more diverse, Foots. When you talk about you want to see the scheme, I do too. Because I say we're more diverse. We don't really technically know. But based off of Clayton Adams, I think it'll be more diverse. I don't think it'll be strictly wide zone type stuff, A to C type stuff all the time, as I just showed you on that graphic. But if it is, that's his flaw. Everybody's got their flaw. His flaw is he doesn't move well like that. Does he move well enough to be a starter? I absolutely think so. Does he move well enough does he anchor well enough in pass game? I think, yes, he does that very well in the pass game. But we shall see, because I'm with you. If it happens to be a lot of movement, more often than not, he could struggle early with that.
Yeah.
I think about this being Brian Schottenheimer's first draft as the head coach, and like setting the tone for the rest of his tenure here. Like, it feels like this pick is we want to out physical you. Like, we're bigger, stronger, maybe not faster, but at least bigger and stronger. and just trying to beef up the interior. I think Booker's weakness is the athleticism, and that's really the only one. And I saw, I think Bobby Belt reported that they liked everything with athleticism being the main point of emphasis with red flags. Everything else,
like, that's why I think he's a good
character,
player. I know
football character, like production,
movement,
like yeah. And there are ways to help him and understand that weakness, or like, is there a chance that you get him in the weight room? I mean, Alabama is no slouch of a college, but like, is there a way to get that better, get his feet quicker, help him with his agility?
Good question.
I guess we're going to have to wait and see, but we're going to know in training camp. We need to watch that.
I think you asked the perfect question to Foots there. Is he not athletic because he's not athletic, or is it because he's, you say, out of shape? I don't know if that's the case based off of his character. I just think he's just not an athletic guy. And again, like you made another great point, there's been non-super athletes at the guard position now. Probably not a whole lot of them in this day and age. I'm not sure. I have to go look, right? But you hardly see pure interior offensive guards drafted this high and have a crazy high rate. I think it was somebody on Twitter posted in like the last like 5 or 7 drafts, whatever it was, how many just pure guards have went in the first round in general, but even in the top 15. And it was like 3 that went, 3 or 4 that might have went in the first round. So this doesn't happen often.
Yeah. I think he has the right play temperament. I think he plays the game the right way. I think that he has that in his bag, right? He'll pancake you, he'll do that type of stuff. I just don't want this to be Zion Johnson. Like, he did all that stuff too, and he was awful. I mean, I'm just being honest. Yeah, like, so, like, this pick reminds me of Zion Johnson a lot. But I mean, I should probably stop talking about it because I feel like I'm raining on his parade, and I don't want to do that. The good is the pocket will be clean. He's great coming forward. And so I want to flip to this. What are we doing now? Like, what are we doing moving forward? I need to know. I need to know how this team is going to build this team moving forward, Sky. You cannot sell this fan base, and you can't be logical. You can't be a serious team with Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders as your lead backs. Like, that's ridiculous. You can't be a serious team with Jalen Tolbert as your 2.
Here we go. Because I think
you can't be taken serious. It's not serious.
The backs, you can get backs. Like, I'm not worried about that. You can still get backs tomorrow, no problem. I am worried about the receiver position, though.
Like, we can't take this serious.
Look who just went, Foots. And they have Chris Godwin, Mike Evans, and Jalen McMillan.
And they said we still loading up the receivers. And McMillan was good last year. Like McMillan, like, yeah.
You know, like, these teams realize that the weapons on the outside make a big, big difference. And Dallas doesn't have that right now. And you have, I mean, I really think you have to go wide receiver in the second round. If you don't, that trade they were talking about better start cooking up somewhere, because we saw Jalen Tolbert as wide receiver too. They couldn't move the ball, even with Dak. I know Jerry said something about Dallas, you know, wasn't good. Dak missed almost the entire season. Like, that's just not true. Dak was in the game 8 games, and they were like, what? The record wasn't good.
No, it was like 3-5 or something like that. I you know, they always call Cowboys fans delusional. I think there is a little bit of delusion with the Joneses, with the front office, and maybe even with that scouting department at this damn point, to where they have this delusional thought that, well, we don't need another 1A or a 1B at the receiver position. And over the last 3 or 4 years, 3 years, they've believed they don't need to take another back to complement whoever their 1 is, or usher out an aging, hurt, not the same guy. There is a bit, I think, of delusion there. And again, I have to chuckle because it's like, this shouldn't be a shocker, because if you go look at since 1997, they just don't take these type of picks often, unless a special guy like a Dez Bryant or CD Lamb falls to you, speaking of receiver, in the first round. And I don't believe none of those guys are those dudes. So maybe we shouldn't have been considering Egbuka or Golden, because they weren't Dez or CD Lamb coming out and there was a bunch of offensive linemen that they feel like they get back in their comfortable bag. I think they just got comfortable.
And I think some of the way that some of these drafts have lined up for Dallas too, like you get CeeDee Lamb when you have Cooper, and Gallup was at the peak of his career, albeit short. That's when you needed an edge, and then you didn't get the edge, and you got CD, and Dak gets hurt. Gallup tears his ACL. Like, it's just been the way that some of this is lining up. Zach Martin wasn't great last year before he got injured. He left. I thought the offense played a little bit better against bad teams. But if you look at the Philadelphia Eagles, I'll put it into like this. Their right guard was Mekhi Becton, a bust from the Jets. They were good. You know why? Because he was throwing to A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, like all those weapons on the Saquon Barkley in the backfield. Like, that was the reason that team was good, not because Mekhi Becton was great at right guard and you took him in the top 15.
Well, when people try to throw the Eagles around, I always dunk on them with the fact that the Eagles have Jeff Stoutland, a legitimate scheme and legitimate plan. What you said earlier in your talk just now, Zach, was something I always say to my fans and those who watch, and I'll say it more clear. The Cowboys just do shit. That's what you basically just said. Man, how these drafts fall out, you took a receiver when this happened and you did this when it, and they just do shit. There really is no plan. It's just doing shit. And that's not really a plan. Now, does it work out sometimes? Oh, yeah, sure. Absolutely. It worked out with CeeDee Lamb. You know what I mean? But they stuck to their board at those point in times. I would love to see their board. Would love to see where this thing fell for them, because I highly doubt, and this is just me thinking what their board is, I highly doubt Booker was 25, 30. I doubt that. I think they truly had Booker very high, or I don't think they would have took him. I just don't. Or it was stacked with those other receivers. And then that goes into, okay, well, then do you think they misevaluated, the players?
That's what I kept worrying about this entire process. Like, we say go BPA, but we're looking at the media board. We don't know what the Cowboys are doing. Yeah. They don't look at the media board. They don't look at any of the other 31 boards around the league. Like, they got their own thing. So if we would have known that Tyler Booker was going to be BPA with Golden on the board and Ibuka on the board, and I mean, heck, we don't know. Tet wasn't there, but who knows? Like, their board isn't always great, and I think that at some point we got to, especially if this doesn't work out. You're on year 3 of missing, and then your scouting department, there's going to be questions. We've been saying this is a great drafting team for years now. There's going to be questions are going to start coming up.
I think there's questions now, and this is again something that I've been saying for years. I think because the Cowboys draft well, that we leave it at that. Because the way the Cowboys move outside of the draft, they have to be better in the draft. I don't give a damn how many times you hit on the first round. The draft doesn't end here, right? It does not end in the first round. I will, again, go back into the 2021 draft. They had 11 picks, y'all. 11. Those motherfuckers didn't trade a single pick to acquire more picks for the next year, to acquire a veteran player that was more proven, to move up to get better players. They stood pat and took freaking Kelvin Joseph, Jabril Cox, Ball in the 4th round. You know what I'm saying? They took these guys, let me be respectful here, these lesser players, didn't package them, and nobody that is worth a damn from them 11 players outside of 2 are still on this team. That's it. 2. And that was in 21. We're in 25. That wasn't 10 years ago. So as good as they draft, because they're not excellent in free agents, because they're not an aggressive team with trades or spending money outside of their own, they have to draft better. That's just the bottom line, man.
And this is what scares me about their scouting department. They signed all those guards thinking that Tyler Booker might not be there at 12. They might have tried to trade back. They might have not been able to do it.
That's gross misuse.
But they might have signed all these interior guys thinking that Booker wasn't going to be there when nobody in the world, maybe a handful of mock drafts out of the million that were done, had Booker going in the top 15.
Yeah. Let me
was that or like you said, they're just doing shit where they don't really have a plan. They're just like, oh, nobody took our call or nobody called us. Booker's good. Let's go with it.
1 second, y'all. We about to bring in our guy Vach. I just got to set it up here so we don't get struck down. All right, let me move this out.
Get ready for fireworks.
Move this in and move me here. Wait. Boom. There we go. All right. We got Vach Lombardi joining us. What's good with you, brother?
Listen, man, the internet told me to come over here and check on Foots. They told me to check on the guy that's a humongous Tyler Guyton fan, and that we should give Tyler Guyton a chance, and that we should believe
I got him
in
already on that one for you, Vach.
But for some reason we should be mad at the kid that's ready to go right now. That's been whooping feet since a freshman. That's on film versus fantastic SEC competition. Somebody told me to come over here and check on Foots the King while I'm here at the Dallas Cowboys draft, showing the beloved star in Frisco. Foots, first of all, let me just say this, sir. I understand that you were in on wide receiver. Most Cowboy Nation was. I know weapons was the conversation. Most of Cowboy Nation was. But if we look at our board, and let's just keep it funky, Foots, there's Tet McMillan, and there's a little bit of space, and there's the rest of them. You know what I'm saying? There may be some Golden fans here and there, but we talking about general consensus is McMillan, who's a dog, by the way, and then we just got wherever you got the rest of them. That's general consensus. I feel like if McMillan was on the board, because I hear people walking in and out of this talking about it, if McMillan was on the board, that would have been the pick. If McMillan was there, if Jeanty was there, and you take Tyler Booker, I think you on to something. I think you have a really good reason to be upset, and you have a really good reason to be pissed off. I know I've been advocating for offensive line for a long time. I just think that a handful of those linemen belong in the conversation with Jeanty, with McMillan. Josh Simmons was one of them. Tyler Booker was the other one. So Foots the King, all I'm saying is if McMillan was gone and if Jeanty was gone, I just want to know where some of your outrage comes from, sir, because this ain't the last night.
Hold on. Time out.
I'm looking at your face. You upset.
I'm not. No. Hold on. So it's not really that I'm upset. It's just it's bad team building because you don't bring in 5 guards in free agency. Bring in 5 receivers if that's the case. Because you're not. Hold on. Let me talk. Let me talk.
Big Charles Rent do Foots the King. Them people not even beating Brock. I'm sorry, they're not even beating Hoffman in a competition. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Foots. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
What's their name, Foots? What's their name, real quick? What's their name, man?
Go ahead.
The guards we brought in. What's their name, man? What's their name?
Go ahead, man. All I'm gonna say is everybody in the chat, right? Remember this conversation when you roll out, okay? Jalen Tolbert, Javonte Williams. Remember it. Don't forget it. Do not forget. Hold on. I let Vosh go. He's on a high because he got his guard. No, I did. No. Listen.
He said he wasn't mad.
I'm not mad. I let you talk. I told you firework. No, because this is about Vosh. See, this is what Vosh do, right? He said he want to let.
Trey, what the hell are you talking about?
He said he want to let Tyler Guyton grow, but now we sending the same Tyler Booker to the same guy who we sent Tyler Guyton to, who we all love, Duke Manyweather. Great job, Duke. Then Tyler Guyton, we loved him in training camp. Then when he got to the season, we hated him. So
what they got to do with anything?
What it got to do with something that I don't think Tyler Booker's that good. He's a second-round player. I don't think he's that good. His feet stink. Look at his RAS score. Look at him work out. He's a top-heavy player. He's Zion Johnson to me. So if that's what you want to know, that's what it is. I told you. I don't want to poop on a guy anymore, but if we're going to come forward, great. If we're playing laterally, I don't like the player. Like, not for this scheme, but we got to see what it looks like. All I'm going to say is this. You handing that football off to Javonte Williams, not a great creator, Miles Sanders. I don't even know if he had 100 yards last year in Carolina. So if you good with that, Voch, I'm good with that. Let's roll. Let's go play football for Dak Prescott. Let's go. Let's go play football.
Is the draft over, Foots? Is the draft over?
Let me. What second-round receiver can come in here and beat out these receivers? They love Jalen Tolbert. What second-round receiver? Who?
I like Jack Best, Foots the King.
Who?
Like Jack Best. Golden on the board right now.
Jack Best as a receiver too.
Burden on the board as wide receiver too. Burden on the board.
Jack
right
Bash, come on, Vach. You think that they will let him play?
I named two
But
other
he's
people.
not. But he's not gonna. They won't give him that opportunity. He's not fast.
I named two other people.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Because if Burden, what if Burden fallen? Ooh, that'd be crazy.
I named two.
I
other
don't
people.
really like Burden. I don't like Burden here.
I love you. Let me just say, I love you to pieces, bro. I love you to pieces, bro. I think you're being a little too emotional. It's cool to if you flat out just tell me I didn't like Booker's tape, you'll have to show me where you don't like Booker's tape. But
We can watch it together. I don't like his tape.
First, I could at least live with you saying I'm not the biggest fan of his tape, but you can't flat out look at me and say that Booker is a bad player, Foots. Because you watched the same Tyler Guyton tape that you loved last year, Foots.
Because I see the upside. I don't see upside. Dog, look at his RAS score. It's all red.
I don't look
he
at
can't
RAS
move.
I've
I'm with you. So that's why I said, show me the scheme. Show me the scheme.
Let me interject. Let me interject on that point because you can't say look at the RAS score and then look at the tape with Tyler. The tape with Tyler Guyton was concerning. There was a lot of concerns there, Foots, last year when we had.
You don't have any concerns with Booker?
No, there's flaws with Booker too, but last year when we were trying to say Tyler Guyton thing is a project and a pick, you were adamant he's day one step in and be good.
I wasn't. Hold on. Time out. I said, this is exactly what I said. I said, I see why they're picking him because the athleticism is real. I like athletic linemen because I know this. When you deal with a quick 3-tech, Tyler Booker is going to struggle. Am I right or wrong about that, Voch? You can try this with everybody else. You can't try this with me. I know what I'm looking at. When he's combo and running inside zone, he's great. When you ask him to reach, he stinks. Look at his lower half.
So Foots.
He's top heavy. He's top heavy. And then hold on. You the same one who said keep Tyler Smith. Right. Hold on. Listen. You said keep Tyler Smith at guard. What's all this? Oh yeah, let's move him to left tackle.
I never said that.
That's the next conversation coming. I guarantee it.
I'm never moving
him.
Listen. So Foots, listen. So when you watch film of Tyler Booker blocking good-footed tackles, like Alfred Collins is a good-footed tackle, Walter Nolan is a good-footed tackle. Any of the Georgia kids are pretty good. Tyrion Ingram Dawson is a good-footed B-gap player. When you see film of Tyler Booker blocking good-footed tackles, then what's your response to that, sir? Because he got the film, we can watch together.
I mean, I'm with you, bro. You'll have a few one-offs. So why did you like him, but you didn't like Osiris Torrance? These are the same players. Osiris Torrance was great, and he's been great with the Bills. You didn't like him either, Voch. I don't like Tyler Booker. I don't agree. I disagree with that. I disagree with that.
Brad, that's fine. He's much better than Osiris Torrance, in my personal opinion. If you think Osiris is better, that's cool. What I'm saying is you can't say one off. This kid's been playing in the SEC for 3 years. SEC is a
How long did Osiris Torrance play in the SEC?
We're not talking about Osiris. I'm talking about Tyler Booker right now. I'm talking about Tyler Booker. And you said Tyler Booker's going to struggle versus quick-footed tackles. I've given you a list of quick-footed tackles in this draft. I'm telling you, he's been the starting guard for Alabama since his freshman year. Freshman year, he was a right guard, Foots. You can't tell me that's a one-off, sir.
I don't see a good athlete, bro. If he's good, I'll eat crow. I don't see a good athlete, man.
You can, and then one more thing too, because I gotta run. I gotta get back in there. I appreciate everybody being. I ain't think me and Foots were just gonna fuss the whole time.
Really?
They was on the phone, the secret audio or whatever, right? Foots, let me just ask you this. Voch says this. If so when Coach Adams was on the phone with him, he said, yeah, man, we're gonna move the line of scrimmage, and Booker was like, oh yeah, duo and all that, right? Foots, wouldn't you say that Tyler Booker is a guard that's built for duo? I know that you thinking.
That's what I definitely did tell Sky that.
So
I told him that.
Foots, you thinking in your mind, and I understand what you're saying. You thinking Booker's gonna pull every play. That's not gonna be the case, right? Because I don't think he's a slow-footed pass blocking guard like you paint him. We can watch film together, but he's not Gray's able to be fair. He's not some of these other great-footed guys to be fair, great-footed guys to be fair. But Foots, if Clayton Adams just if they both on the phone say, yeah, we're gonna run some duo, we're gonna move bodies. When you say that, that's what Tyler Booker's good at.
Oh yeah, he can move people. He's very good playing forward.
Okay, one more question, then I'm leaving, and
I was going to ask you a question if you don't mind, Voch, because my concerns kind of stem from the athleticism too, but I think it's just the athleticism. I still think this is a really good player. And you said they were talking. I didn't get a chance to hear that conversation. My concerns were from A to C, and those type of pulls consistently. I looked at how the Cowboys, or at least how Clayton Adams ran. He was more diverse in it. You just said you don't think they're going to do a whole lot of like pulling all the time. If they do end up being a team where they're moving laterally a lot, is there more concerns than with this player, or does what he does well elsewhere, does that mitigate it?
You would have to be fair,
Oh,
100%.
I got an echo here. Oh, that was foot.
No, you good. You good.
No,
fair.
Oh.
Scott, that's fair. If they're gonna be outside zone, most of the time, 70% of the time, yeah, it's gonna be a problem. You know what I'm saying? But I think Booker's problem. I don't think his feet are slow. I just don't think he's not putting together the footwork necessary. I think he's a raw-footed athlete as opposed to like slow feet. I've seen slow-footed athletes. Like there's some Ursaray is a slow-footed athlete. You know what I'm saying? There's some guys in the draft right now that are slower-footed athletes. I think he has decent feet. I just don't think that he's using them properly to really take advantage of all that kind of stuff. But you are right. To your point, if it's year one, and I'm just asking y'all to trust me on this. If it is year one and we pinning and pulling 70% of the time, I would much rather him be the pin guy, the down block guy, than the pull guy, the get out in space guy. But you can always play call to account for that. Well, let's pull Tyler Smith. Let's pull Tyler Guyton. Let's pull Terrence Steele. We can pull Booker sometimes. I don't think Booker's going to be pulling every single play. But based on the secret audio, they're talking about moving the line of scrimmage. That's what Booker does. And look, I understand Foots being upset.
I'm not upset.
I
gave you, hold on, Vach. I gave you a major shout out. Hold on, listen. I let you talk. You my dog. And I gave you a major shout out on Twitter. I'm actually very happy for you. But I can't fake it. That's not me. You know that, Vach. And I tell you, this team had a real chance to get a weapon. If you looked at Matthew Golden, you've done film on Golden. He's a better player than Tyler Booker. He's a better player than Tyler Booker. This isn't about need and all that. You rate players better. And like, I want to know where they had him on the stack. If they had Booker higher,
get that information.
That's cool.
I'm gonna ask Bobby. Foots, this is another thing that I got a bone to pick with you about fairness. You was I don't know if you said it tonight, but you said on one of your previous shows, you was talking about Tyler Booker and the warts that he has. But when you talked about the wide receivers, you didn't mention their warts. You don't think Matthew Golden got warts, Foots? And why don't you mention those in the same breath that
I think that Golden's warts, or maybe he doesn't want to block. But
because if anything, Golden got 4 good games this year that we can really look at and take great film from. So like, I just don't understand why you wouldn't be fair to one but not fair to the other.
I mean, hold on, time out. Whoa. We're not gonna do that. I'm fair to everybody. And again, like I said, I had Gray Zabel higher than Matt. If you would have went Zabel, but it's the type of lineman that I like. I know what I'm looking at. So
I think that's crazy, but go ahead. Okay,
that's fine. That's why we do this.
Well, Vod, you can't say it's crazy when he brings up the type of lineman he like, because you like a certain type of lineman too, right? Like, you know what I mean?
Sure. Great. Zabel may do things that.
You mean this? Okay, you mean the Zabel thing? Okay.
I think consensus would say Gray Zabel like. People may not like Booker at 12, but Gray Zabel at 12 is some nonsense.
Okay,
I'd have been mad. I'd have called in mad.
So how many years are we going to take a first round lineman? Because you keep doing it, and you brought these coaches in to coach. How many years are you going to do it? Next year, when we're picking wherever, it's like, just take a lineman again. How many years are we going to do it? And what if he doesn't pan out this year? And you say, dang, how does that look?
Well, you can't say you're not mad for us. My whole thing though, I think.
Oh, I'm not mad. I'm asking you questions like you're asking me questions. I'm not mad.
I think when you hit on offensive linemen, I think you can keep them forever. We ain't gonna talk about left guard for a long time. I don't think we're gonna talk about center for a long time. I never was a fan of Tyler Guyton. You love Tyler Guyton. You was trying to talk me off the ledge about Tyler Guyton last year.
So if Tyler Guyton pans out, you'll jump in front of him and say he was good, right?
I'm not gonna say he
because development doesn't stop day one, right?
We're going away from the question, though. He's going away from the question. He's asking how many. If one of these guys don't work out, whether it's Guyton or if Booker struggles, because what happened now, right, is Guyton struggled year one, and half the fan base is or front office is like, we need O linemen. What happens if Booker struggles, or what happens if Guyton's not guy? What happens if they get rid of Terrence Steele? Are we right back to? We gotta get an offensive lineman in the first or second round again.
Listen, I don't think y'all are wrong, by the way, because I think I'm being painted as pro O-line, anti wide receiver guy. I would have loved if Golden was the pick. I would have loved if I got Abuka as my 8th overall player.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
To be fair, you were not that. You were not that this draft process.
If either one of those guys was the pick, I'd be celebrating with you. I was hoping Tet was the pick. Tet was the most desired pick, but he's my 5th best player on my board. Why would he fall to 12? You know what I'm saying? So in my mind, I'm looking at Book.
Where was Golden on your board?
Huh?
Where was Golden on your board?
Golden is he's 8 on my board.
Okay. So you're making my point. That's what I'm saying. That's the point. He was 8 on your board. Where was he at? Did you have him over Booker? Yes or no? Let's answer these questions. I'm great at debating, Vach. Did you have him over Booker? Yes or no? You say I'm mad and I'm not. Okay.
By the way,
I at least need you to listen to me, bro.
Vach, Zach, by the way.
What's up, Zach? My bad, bro. Listen, Puss, I at least need you to listen to me, bro.
I'm listening.
I got Golden higher than Booker. I got Golden at 7, but I got Booker at 8. But nobody cares about my board. I got Josh Simmons at 6. You understand what I'm saying? Nobody cares about my board. What I'm simply conveying is that Booker is a good player. Me and you not disagreeing about picks or anything like that. We disagreeing that Booker's a good player. I think Booker's a good player. He'll be ready. You don't think so? I think Booker would have been a good pick. I think Golden would have been a good pick. I think Jahdae Barron would have been a good pick. I think Abuka would have been a good pick. I think there's a lot of good picks that we could have had. We only disagreeing that and that's what I'm saying. You paint me into a certain kind of picture for us. You saying that the pick should be Booker over Golden. I would have loved Golden. It just ain't fucking Golden. It's Booker. It's Booker. So I'm just telling you, it's a good player.
Go ahead,
that's Vach said it pretty much what I was saying earlier. Like I think this is a good play. I didn't want Booker here personally. Like this wasn't what I was like going to be jumping for joy for. There were other players I wanted here 100% more. And to the value thing what Zach was saying, I also think it was a weird value. But I think what happened, Vach, is that the fan base has turned this into a tribalism. It's turned it into either one or the other. There's no, you know what I'm saying? And that for a lot of people, that's not the.
It's corny. It's
corny as hell. It's just theatrics. And I've been trying. That's why for weeks I've been trying to say, yo, it doesn't have to be one or the other because it's going to be one or the other in the first round. But if it's the other side, that you aren't for, let's look at the player. If the player's good, don't allow what you wanted to diminish the player. Now, to be fair to Foots believes the player's not that good. So he's 10 toes. He's standing on business. He's not the guys that I'm talking about out here in these fan streets.
No. And I'm gonna say this, Vach. Booker pans out year 1. I'll own it. I'll come on here and say I was wrong. This is
I don't
part
want
of
you
what
to
we
say
do.
that. I don't want you to say that.
No, I'm gonna just say that. But I'm gonna say this. This is part of what we do. But I honestly, I just want the football team to be good. Y'all should be able to hear the passion in my voice. I want this football team to be good. So here's my deal, right, Vach? Let's say
somebody have their phone on.
It's not me.
Vach,
I don't have anything
up
on.
or something. Or?
No, sir, but I can turn down the volume on this laptop. I ain't got headphones.
Oh, that's what it is.
That's what it was.
That's what it was. Yeah.
So let's close it with this, Vach, because that's a good debate. I'm not mad. I want y'all to know I love Vach. That's my bro. This is football talk. This ain't none of that.
Oh, no, we ball
I love Sky. I love Zach. I feel bad for Zach because I told him before, get ready for fireworks. He got him. Here's the deal. So Vach, now we make it work, and we make it work by. I think now this next pick needs to be a running back. I think that you have to go chalk with. Because here's my thing, right? I'm not waiting till day 3 or the 5th round to try to get my bell cow. Foots does not believe in Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders. So I would rather roll with this receiver room. Not facts, Scott, but I think I would rather roll with this receiver room and say, can I get a Judkins? Can I get a man? You know what? Can we get the Iowa kid? Can I get a bell cow? And this is who we want to be. Let's own it. That's me.
Yeah. See, first, don't get mad that they took Booker. Get mad that this roster is not fully built going into the draft.
That's fair.
Uh-oh.
I think we lost Vach.
Come on back, Vach. Get in there.
I know.
We might have lost Vach at a point that he was making that we've been making for. I think we made it on our mock draft show, right? Where, ladies and gentlemen, we're in this situation because the way they attacked the offseason, right? Like you're in a situation, you have 3 picks in the top 148, and you have like 7 needs. It's impossible.
Yeah,
it's impossible, man. So a fantastic debate there. between
Yeah,
the great Voch and the great.
I'm glad that Voch jumped on. It was good.
Oh, 100%. I mean, when he hit me up for the link, I'm like, all right, this is gonna get good, real good. I'm sitting here fixing this for us here so we can get back to the show. Bring Foots back in here. Let's get Voch out of here, and we are back straight. All right, we back, y'all. That was a fantastic. I was gonna say like a little breather, but it wasn't. It wasn't. Oh, Voch said, "Hold on, I ain't done with y'all fools just quite yet." He right back up in here. Let's get Voch.
My bad. Let everybody know that the damn star in Frisco, ragged as hell, and the internet ain't bad. One last thing I want to say. I do believe Guyton can be a good starter. I just don't like waiting on prospects. I don't like building prospects. I don't like project players. And to be fair to your point, Foots, we probably shouldn't be drafting O-line so much. We should be hitting on O-line and moving on and leaning into coaching. My point is Booker here now. He here now. So I'm just giving you my thoughts and evaluation of him being here now. That's all I'm saying with that. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, I'm with you. Yeah.
JL said,
so as far as
John Owning said this signals even more that the Cowboys are switching to a heavy man/gap scheme by selecting Booker.
Yeah. They said it. Listen, Will Steele, whenever you get time, you want to do your magic or whatever, pull up the call or whatever. When Jerry called him or whatever, you can hear Clayton Adams say, "We're ready to move the line of scrimmage," and then Booker says, "Oh yeah, duo and all that." He says it. Yeah, duo
folks.
And all that. So
yeah, I mean, because you know me, Sky. I watch film. That's what he wants to do. He wants to double team, and that's what they want to do. That's fine. And I think that he could be successful in that way. I know, like what Carolina does with so much outside zone, wide zone. I just don't see that in his.
We talked about that. How like Kevin O'Connell, like I don't think he would fit there. My understanding was that we were going to be doing a lot more of that kind of wide, not just wide zone, but like pulling and things like that. Maybe not. Maybe that won't be the case, and that's why they took a guy like Booker.
Hey, listen, man. I love y'all to pieces. I got to run, man.
Right,
I'm proud of y'all. I love y'all. You know what I'm
saying?
Everything you're doing. Zach, we got to do some work at some point, man. But I'm about to run back in here and about to finish this food first, take a bathroom break, drink another Miller Lite, and get ready to get back on the show, man. I love y'all.
Another Miller Lite. All right, Brody. Much love, but
much love.
Love y'all.
See ya.
Yes, sir. Zach, I didn't let Zach get a word in. I apologize, Zach.
No, you're good. But hey, Foots, I wanted to go back to the idea that you would take the runner in round 2.
Yep.
Because I was gonna make a video, didn't get to it, but like 5 trade options for Dallas if they don't, because I think that's where they're headed. They don't get a running back, they don't get a wide receiver, like a corner, like they have a plan, whether it's trade, sign someone off the street. I brought up the name Kenneth Walker. If you don't get your running back, a 1-year deal going to 2025 with Kenneth Walker instead of drafting a back in the 5th round. What do you do at wide receiver? Let's say they don't go wide receiver at all. Because after the 3rd round, you just forget it. Move on. Move on from wide receiver.
I think I'm with you, bro. I would. Now I'm at the point where I still want to try to go best player available. Like I do want to draft a Carson Schwarzenegger if he's there. I do want to draft a good player if they're there. But like you said, I think now because it feels like they panicked. They're gonna say this is who they wanted the whole time. But now that they're there, I think now we start to see reach on need. And so we'll see, you know what I mean? Because like for me, Zach, your question was Kenneth Walker, right? But I think that there may be better running backs at 2. But now stack wise, how are you looking? You see what I'm saying? Does that make sense? And it's not at 2 at the 2nd round. So what I mean by this is, go ahead.
It sucks because you need a running back and a wide receiver in the 2nd round. Like that's where you're at now. Like you need them both. We've talked about that's the 2 positions that everybody's pounded the table for all offseason, like running back, wide receiver. People talk about corner, defensive tackle. Like now that you got the guard, good or bad pick, it feels like the 3rd round is just a wash. Maybe you can get a running back, but if you get out of the 3rd round without a back, just move on. It's gonna be just like last year.
That's
that
where I'm at.
Pick hurts like hell again
because
this
you
year.
have to address the defensive side of the ball.
I'm about to say,
So-
we talked about this before. The trenches talk for me was the defense. It was always about the defensive side of the ball because for many years we've had 3 first-round picks. If we want to just be as simple as possible, 3 first-round picks up front. What happened every time we got to the playoffs? You got your ass ran on. What happened every time you got to the playoffs? You can get no interior pressure. I didn't think there was enough emphasis being put, in fan base and even the national media about the Cowboys' defensive side. Again, I said this the other day. I had a mock draft a trade down scenario where I'm taking Derek Harmon in the first round. That's what I would have took. I wasn't taking no damn offensive lineman. And that's no disrespect to the offensive lineman. It's just that a conversation that I hate this whole team trenches, team weapons. It's so corny and goofy to me. But one of the things that, the team trenches kept talking about is solidifying this, solidifying that. When is your organization going to be able to get the best out of these million of offensive linemen that you're taking outside of the first round? They are what the Cowboys are doing right now. Again, taking Booker out of this, okay? Because I do think he's a good player. This is not about you, Tyler Booker. Welcome to Dallas. I think you're going to be fine. This isn't a you problem. This is a Cowboys franchise issue. Look at what's happening right now in the draft. I'm not even going to go over into the history. Let me update this here for a second. If I'm not mistaken, did the Packers just take Matthew freaking Golden?
Yeah.
Look what's happening, y'all. Just this draft alone. The Packers have a really solid wide receiver room. They took a receiver. The Buccaneers have a really good wide receiver room. They took a receiver. The Vikings had Justin Jefferson. They took a wide receiver. The Eagles just took a wide receiver the year before in the first round. They traded a first-round pick for a wide receiver. The league is showing you how to move. And this has been my problem with the Cowboys front office. They never can keep up. They always live in their past and live into their past successes, but their past successes aren't really successes in today's age. It's just not. And that's where I think the frustration comes with a Foots in the team weapons aspect is your way isn't working. It's not working. It didn't technically work last year with Tyler Guyton. We hope that he can get better though. So it's like you look around the league and how these other more successful franchises are moving, and you're not moving in that manner.
Yeah.
They're stuck in that 2014 success when they took Zach Martin and got the right guard and they could run the ball. But I mean, even then they had Des Bryant, Terrence Williams had one of the best years of his career. You just need weapons. Just like you pointed out, all of these 1 and 2 wide receivers that Dallas aren't they're not even going to have the corners to keep up. You're going to have DeRon Bland and then whoever else is getting smoked on the other side by Devontae Smith. Dallas, you can bracket CD and Jalen Tolbert, make a no disrespect to Jalen Tolbert, make a crazy catch, every other week or whatever. But at some point, and Dallas is good at hitting on wide receivers. I know they haven't done it hardly at all in the past 2 decades, but they hit when they draft in the first round.
Facts. You would think they would take the same mindset that they have with the offensive line and apply it to the receiver position. They even hit the second round when they took a second round receiver. Y'all, Antonio O'Brien was just a nut. He was an absolute nut, but he was a very talented nut that threw was snapped out on the coach and the coach wasn't with it. But Antonio O'Brien, Des Bryant, CD Lamb, when you took a receiver in the first round, albeit you ain't take a lot, or a second round, you've hit. I don't give a damn how much you want to lean into the offensive line trench talk. There is no way you can say that the Cowboys don't mismanage their skill position early in the draft. It's a gross mismanage of it when you have only taken a skill position in the top 2 rounds 5 times in a 20-year span. I didn't say the first round. The top 2 rounds 5 times in 20 years.
The Cowboys have drafted a skill position 5 times in the last 20 years.
In the first 2 rounds. 5 freaking, I'm sorry, maybe 6 because of the when I say skill, I mean wide receiver, running back. Because of Antonio Bryant. Des Bryant, Felix Jones, Julius Jones, Des Bryant, CD Lamb, Ezekiel Elliott, 6 times. And not Antonio Brown, but Antonio Bryant. That is a total of 2 rounds, so that's a total of what? like 40 picks. You've taken the
Yep.
skill position 6 times. Go on, bro. What is that?
Dude,
What is that?
Yeah.
That's gross, bro. That's
It's
gross.
gross.
And I want to hear, oh, there's 10 offensive or there's 5 offensive linemen. So you gotta. I'm not hearing none of that. Because if
That's
that's,
a
the
good
damn
nugget,
if that's
bro.
the damn
Good
case,
nuggets.
then why are our teams winning Super Bowls that don't have 7 first-round offensive linemen in a 12-year span?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hmm?
Yep.
So
Yeah.
as much as
that was my point
as much as I
with
like
the
Tyler
Eagles.
Booker, it's not about you, brother. It's about this franchise.
Nah, yeah, it's not that. That's I think that's the way I address it, and that's probably where my frustration comes. This guy, you're good with making it all make sense. And listen, the fact that we haven't heard anything. We haven't heard the head coach speak. None of this. So, Botch has that information. We don't. I know this. I wasn't wrong when I said he needs to run duo or inside zone.
You were spot
And-
on, brother.
Yeah, and so when he said that, like I know what I'm looking at, guys. I mean,
No, you're right.
anybody in the chat can say I'm overreacting, but I know who Tyler Booker is. Now, if this is how they're going to build the scheme, if that's the case, draft the running back to me, Scott, because I don't want to build this room around Javonte Williams. I'd rather go name the free agent receiver. Go get them, and I do not want this malpractice to say Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders, or don't sell me on that. I'm out on that. I'm out on that, Sky. Go get me the running back who can at least hold the fort down, and we can have a substantial
All right,
running
let's-
game.
Let's debate this because Zach, I know you want to debate it because you asked the question, and I also want to debate this too.
Yeah, let's debate it.
Because next round, I'm more receiver here. I'm more receiver. You saying you're comfortable with rolling out the Jalen law firm? Well, let me just kind
I'm
of
comfortable
get
with
it.
that's what they've given us, Sky. I
Let
hate
me
it.
just get it. Let me just try to get it off. Get it off. Get it out here in the ether world. Jalen Tolbert does not. He doesn't do it for me. Number one,
I agree.
as a wide receiver too, and he has 1 year left. Foots 1 year. Jalen Brooks. What are we even talking about? Okay, that's no. Seriously, what are we talking about? We're talking about wide receiver 5 or 6. Jalen Moreno Cropper couldn't even make the team. Jonathan Mingo. They want to sell us on John. And this was my worry. If you go back and look at my videos, I was worried that are they going to sell us Jonathan Mingo because they traded a 4th round pick? If they don't take a receiver in the 2nd round or 3rd round Foots, they're going to sell us Mingo. And Zach's point is, do you even have a 3rd round receiver that's really going to come in here and be a difference maker in that manner? I'm with you there if that's your case. I don't know if there's a round 3 receiver that's going to come in here and be certifiably wide receiver 2 and be a Robin more so than an Alfred. I'm looking for a legitimate Robin. I'm not looking for Alfred.
Yeah.
This is really shaping up a lot like we saw last year at this time when they took Tyler Guyton. They took the offensive lineman. Obviously, there's some differences in the prospects, but they had glaring holes at certain positions. They decided to go offensive line, which tackle was one, but we didn't feel best player available, at least some of us. But it's just my thing with wide receiver in the 2nd round is the talent's gonna drop off so much. I can't remember the exact numbers. Something crazy like it's a 30 or 40% hit rate in round 1 for receivers with production, and then 2nd round it drops to about 25 or 30. But once you get past round 3,
Oh, it's bad. Hit rate.
it's over. It's over. Like 4 through 7, there's been one receiver in the past from 2011 to 2021 that technically was a hit out of those picks in 10 years.
Is it
4 to
Puka?
7. No, this was from 2011 to 2021. They don't have the
21. I'm sorry,
data,
21. Okay.
the data yet to say hit or miss. So it's just you're probably not gonna. Do you want all the receivers on the market for the trade market apparently with Pickens and Williams, Jameson Williams?
Oh, 1 year deals.
They're apparently basket cases. They come with baggage.
And
Yeah.
but they're not afraid of that. Number one, we know that they're not afraid of that. My worry is there's that, and you're going to have to pay them. Now are they going to get a bigger bag than Michael Gallup? That's the other thing, right? Excuse me. By not taking that, and again, I don't want to pigeonhole them into this because this is the conversation we're trying to have about 2nd round. This is why another reason why I take the 2nd round guy, because if the 2nd round guy can be more more Robin for me. I'm sorry, go ahead.
The Giants just made a trade.
Uh-oh. Is this
They're
only
going
is
to
this
get a
round?
quarterback.
is
They're
this
probably going
only
to get Jackson Dart.
Yeah, this is definitely quarterback here. Is this only the second one? Jackson Dart? I mean, Shador is still on the board.
I told y'all he was gonna fall out the first round. Shador's not getting drafted tonight. I don't see it. I don't see this guy. I don't think Dayball is not gonna tie himself to.
Thank you,
to
bro. Blue,
Shador.
appreciate it. I didn't.
Yeah, I mean, like not to sound. I mean, I just it's kind. I think the Shador really rubbed people the wrong way at the combine. I think that the Dion brashness, I think all of it rubbed Shador, rubbed people the wrong way. Sky. I don't know if he gets drafted in the first round.
I mean,
and some of that is a skill set because I don't have him in my top 50, and so like I would probably draft a guy like Jalen Milroe over Shador because of the trades.
Okay, where you got Dart at then? I mean,
well, no, I don't have Dart in my top 50 either. No, yeah, facts. But I mean, it's the Giants,
Milroe, right? Because Milroe's there, and it sounded like the Giants didn't like Shador. Dayball
I think this could, you know what? I don't know. I think it could be quarterback. You don't trade back up for anything else than a quarterback.
Oh yeah, definitely quarterback. Just which one, right?
Yeah, which one? Yeah, that's what it'll be.
Yeah. Go ahead, Zach. I'm sorry.
I mean, I was talking about earlier when they took Abdul Carter, like if they would do this, get back into the first round and get their quarterback, because I'm telling you, Brian Daboll being on that last year, his contract, he's gonna be pushing to get his guy.
Mm-hmm.
But this is gonna be interesting too. They got Wilson and Jameis. Is it Jameis Winston? Is he in New York?
Yeah.
So how's that gonna work? Like Brian Daboll is gonna push the rookie if it is a quarterback, which I'm sure it is. If you're getting back into round one,
you can get off of Winston, though, right?
Yeah, you can get off of Winston, but with the Russell Wilson thing, and I just think it's going to get tricky up there in New York with what they're planning to do with your coach on the last year of his deal, or could be a rookie quarterback. Russell Wilson on a 1 or 2 year deal. Like, it's going to get interesting for them.
So I've used this argument for the Cowboys. Russell Wilson and Winston don't stop me from taking a quarterback if I'm the Giants.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
No.
They don't stop me from taking a quarterback. And that kind of, again, goes back tying to the Cowboys. I've made a video about this, talk about on my live stream. Everybody was celebrating them signing 15 different people or trading for them or whatever. And I'm like, unfortunately, not one single person they signed stops you from drafting anybody at that position anywhere in the draft. I even said it about offensive line. Even though I said, look, they done signed they got 8 options for left guard. The problem is not one of them stops them from taking a lineman. That was the problem. Yeah. Now, I thought they were preparing themselves. Go ahead.
I really want to go check and see how much money they spent on free agent offensive linemen. Do you know?
I can tell you.
The number, because wasn't it like one
You mean this year?
$4 million here? And yes, this year in free agency.
All of it's vet minimum type deals. Everyone has a 1 year deal. The highest paid lineman is Robert Jones at 3.5.
Yeah,
3.5. But didn't they sign like what, 4 with Hoffman? He was a restricted free agent.
Yeah, if you count Hoffman, they signed 4. Hoffman, Sadiq, the new guy from Cincinnati, and Robert Jones.
Yeah. Did that combine for over what they paid for Dante Fowler? Like, my point is you probably could have got a player at another position or guard.
Oh,
like,
brother.
You know what I'm saying? They just spent all these. They like vet minimum deals so much that they don't realize that they've blown through 6 or 7 of them when they could have just spent that money on a player that's a difference maker.
Zach, the pick is coming in, but I want to write this down so I don't forget this, because I have not had this conversation with you publicly about how they're spending in offensive linemen in free agency. It is even worse than you think, brother. Pick is in. No apologies. This is a Cowboys channel. This is Cowboys. So, and there it is. Foots.
There it is.
Jackson Dart.
I caught it.
Jackson Dart.
Yeah. I kind of said that, like, I knew you don't trade back into the first round. They didn't like Shador. So, yeah, they didn't like Shador. And I mean, you don't trade back into the first round for.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I don't have Jackson. I didn't have that on my bingo card, but I just was like, I knew the Shador stuff wasn't real. He didn't fit with the Giants. I mean, think about it.
He didn't fit with Dayball.
Well, just think about the Giants quarterback, Shador, that organization, John Mara, they want to clean. Yeah. Eli, Daniel Jones.
Well, brother, let me tell you something right now. 95% of the league ain't gonna fit Shador then.
Yeah, I know, and that's the deal.
I also does the slide stop?
Oh wow!
Another trade.
Another trade
another-
to
now
Atlanta.
we
I think
moving
this is.
to
I think this is
Atlanta.
the edge rusher.
Who's
This
this,
edge
Rams?
rusher. Atlanta's coming up. I think.
Now we getting somewhere.
No, the Ram. Oh, is this Milrow? No, they traded to Atlanta.
They
Okay.
traded to Atlanta. Yeah, which I bet you this could have been Milrow if they sat there.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
back to you brought up the offensive lineman and the pay, Zach. If you go look at it, the last time the Cowboys, this is a big issue with Dallas. This is why they draft a freaking offensive lineman so much in the first round. The last time the Cowboys paid a legitimate offense, I don't want to call them legitimate, paid legitimate money for an offensive lineman in free agency was Mackenzie Bernardo back in 2010 or 12, one of the two. It's 2025. It's
I was like 12 years old.
2025. Every single Super Bowl champ you can probably think of, or at least in the last half decade, has probably made a significant trade for an offensive lineman or signed a significant offensive lineman in free agency. Philly has done it multiple times. People forget because he got hurt, I think, and retired. But Brandon Brooks, they traded for him, and he became an All-Pro Pro Bowler for those guys in that pre-Super Bowl and right when they got the Super Bowl in 2017. And I don't even know if he even participated, but neither here nor there. We see the Ravens do it all the time. We see the Chiefs do it all the time. We've seen the Rams. We've seen the Bucs. We've seen all of them make moves in free agency or via trade for legitimate offensive linemen. The Cowboys got stubborn in their ways early by hitting on Tyron Smith and Zach Martin and Frederick. And Collins, right? Well, we don't need to do that. Yeah, you did, because you didn't go out and sign somebody in the offensive line that was legitimate. You leaned on that, and you went right back to that well. Tyler Smith, Tyler Guyton, Tyler Booker. You would think they learned our lesson. It didn't work last time in the sense of getting past the divisional round. Will it work this time? To be decided.
Yeah.
Go out and spend money in free agency and offensive line so you can get your weapons in the draft.
Yeah.
Go for it.
No, go ahead, Zach. You got it.
No, you got it.
I just feel like that's what Sky just laid out, is just like, now it does hit when you start doing these types of things, just how bad the team building process has been. And I try to explain it away, but Sky's right. Because
you talk about this for years.
No, you have. And I don't have a problem when I'm wrong. The problem is now they're starting to enter a dangerous territory where they're not hitting in the draft. Because again, like Kalen Carson, we'll see what happens with Maris Lewis-Fowl. Your only hit last year was BB, right? And that's
stay there, Foots. Stay right there real quick.
Yeah, your only hit last year was BB.
They have just the whole you're starting to show some kinks in your armor in the draft, or at least those.
And that's what they do.
At least those kinks.
That's what they're supposed to be good at.
Shine, right? Because like I said, you go back into their past drafts. I'm gonna bring up that 21 draft. I don't care what y'all talk about. 11 picks, brother. Only 2 really matter.
In 21.
21. Yeah. Now you can say, 22, Sky. They got a Pro Bowl in the 5th round. They got Fergie, right? We got, you know what I mean? Fair. Tyler Smith, absolutely fair. No doubt about it, because they are a good drafting team. But what happens when 23 and 24 happens, y'all? What happens? What happens? This happens. You know, granted, lots of injuries last week or last year, no doubt about it. But this is what happens when you overly rely on the draft, man.
If you go back and look at the Cowboys roster in 2021, right, and you would still have the 2022 year, and then the draft in 23 and 24 happen. Like, the rosters changed dramatically.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Ezekiel Elliott was here at running back. He was on the downside of his career, but he's not the Zeke he was, in 2024. But you had Amari Cooper, CeeDee Lamb, Dalton Schultz, Tyron Smith, albeit unhealthy here and there, Connor Williams, Zach Martin, Lale Collins at right tackle.
By the way, pick is in James Pierce from Tennessee, edge rusher.
Great pick. I said they were going edge. Yeah, I said they were going edge.
If it wasn't for, we talked about this the other day, just the red flags, but the actual player, man.
Oh yeah,
phenomenal.
Love his tape, Sky.
But they needed this.
Go ahead, Zach.
Sorry, Zach.
Yeah.
But no, you're good. It's just those two drafts, and they're not really hitting on anything late. So, like, they were going to take Bergeron, which they were going to take another offensive lineman. They like Matthew Bergeron in that draft. That was 2023.
And they probably should have because we missed on Mozzie. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm sure they talked about I know they did. They took Tyler Guyton in 2024. It's just crazy with the offensive linemen. And I don't think somebody tweeted that the Cowboys have taken 2 first-round offensive linemen and 1 in the 3rd round. And the Eagles haven't taken 1 in that same time period. So,
yeah, Philly invested in their offensive linemen mostly in the 2nd round, right? They had 2 second-rounders. But again, I always bring it up. These guys, they know what the hell they're doing and have a plan. They have a plan, and they have everything is planned there, right? They're not just throwing shit at the wall and trying to stick. Plus, they have Jeff Stoutland. They haven't taken a first-round offensive lineman since Andre Dillard, and they didn't even work out. They didn't care. That's the thing about Philly. They can make a signing and not work out. They don't care. They can draft an offensive lineman in the 1st round. Don't work out. They don't care because they got a great coach, got a great scheme in that sense. They have a great plan in that sense. Where Dallas,
and if they don't hit the draft, they go get a wide receiver
or
get AJ Brown,
or they'll go sign him or they'll trade for a lineman. Like they're not
exactly.
They're not going to repeat their mistakes.
Go get AJ Brown.
Yeah, they move with more aggressiveness because they have a front office guy that if he does not win, he's going to be fired. Flat out.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
We have the same people running the draft in 2025 that was running the draft in 1989.
Yeah.
Now, granted, when I say 89, I'm talking about the Joneses. Obviously, Will McClay's around, right? And I've been trying to tell y'all, for as much as I love Will, he is not the general manager. I can tell you, I bet you if Will McClay had full autonomy, he's not taking an offensive lineman in the 3 offensive linemen in the top 3 rounds in the last 3 years or 4 years.
Yeah.
I don't think he'd do that and ignore the rest of the position. But because of their success of hitting an offensive line with that certain regime, the Joneses, I'm pretty sure they're like, yeah, this is what needs to be. And Will was like, hey, man, I'm not the one making the decisions. I'm just here to give my opinion.
Yeah.
So do we lose our minds if they take an edge in round 2?
You know what? It's not off the table.
They love
I don't
drafting
put
edge.
anything off the table at this point, bro.
Like, bro, that's how it started last year too, though. Offensive line edge.
Bro, I don't put anything on the table. I'm just confused by
bro,
the way that this team is. I'm confused. I'm confused, bro. Like you would think that there would be, you would think that there'd be some type of. I think Shoddy missed here. I really do. Especially like he's gonna see with the corner. Like let's look at Philly's defensive backfield, right? And you think about Quinyon and those guys, and their front is good. So that hits that need.
Yeah.
I just think that, man, to me, just I'm an offensive coordinator, and the way I look at it is I'm always mano-a-mano, good on the edges, right? And I just at those positions, because CD's only one man, and he's really good, but it's only him, and now I'm just to the point. Go get Keenan Allen, or go get. And I'm not the biggest Keenan Allen fan, but get him in this room versus. Go ahead.
What about? And shouts out to Professor O brought this up, but we know there are receivers on the market, the Pickens and the Jamesons of the world. I'm at this point now, Foots. Forget a Keenan Allen. I'm at this point now, Zach. I might say mother F for 2nd round receiver. Go get me Jameson Williams.
Go get me go get me George Pickens. I'll be fine.
And just pay the money.
Yeah, I'm like, you can't. It's malpractice. You have Dak Prescott in his prime for the next 2 to 3 years. If you don't, we can't say that because Dak is very healthy. He's takes care of his body. He's mentally sharp. He's a great player. But I want to kind of just start living in the now with this team. Like I'm not a Philly fan, but I will salute Philly for looking at Devontae Smith and saying he's not good enough and going to get AJ Brown.
No, don't say he's not good enough. He can't do it himself.
Well, when I say he's not good enough, like maybe, I mean,
Bro,
I with you.
So what? The Vikings looked at Justin Jefferson and said he ain't good enough?
They looked at Justin Jefferson and said, we see Jordan Addison and we want 2. We want to have 2.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, I don't give a damn how good you are. The league's telling you have to have multiple guys out there. You just do. And this is not to say offensive line does not matter, because that's this tribalism, this trolling. I think is corny with this whole team, this team, that shit is goofy to me. It's not to diminish, like that side is trying to diminish either or, one or the other. Okay, it's not about that. It's about the process and how you're allocating your resources. You can't tell me that doesn't matter. Like, I love my guy, Jeff. I'll tell this to Jeff's face. Jeff, if you're watching, I love you. Don't tell me it doesn't matter that they drafted a first-round offensive lineman last year. They drafted a first-round offensive lineman 2 years ago. They drafted a third-round offensive lineman last year. Don't tell me that doesn't matter. It absolutely matters. And you mean to tell me we still have to take another one? Yeah. And that doesn't come off as a problem to you? Yeah. It doesn't? And when you're looking at franchises like the Packers and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I said, shit, I don't give a damn that we got 2-3 receivers up in here. Yeah, this is the way of the land right now. We want you to fear, us, plus that's what they lean into. Oh, by the way, we can run the ball too. Let's not get it twisted. The Packers signed Jacobs. The Bucks have a quality backfield and scheme, at least they did. We'll see what happens with their offensive coordinator leaving. And guess what? They didn't draft the first round running back. They didn't draft the first round.
I'm just like, why can't Philly develop guys like Jordan? Why can Philly develop guys like Jordan Mailata, and who did they just ship away last year, Sky? Who was the guard that was terrible? He comes to Philly.
Isaac Seumalo, or
no, it was
Mekhi Becton.
Mekhi Becton.
Oh, Becton. Yeah, a bust.
Yeah, and develop.
He comes in there and plays good
because coaching matters, bro.
Yeah.
For Jerry Jones told you in 1990, what was it, 3? Coaching don't matter that. He don't care. 500 players can coach this team.
I'm just with Sky, bro. Just malpractice, bro. This is malpractice, guys. I know, because what I'm saying is
Starks,
this.
Man. Starks
in Baltimore.
Ooh, I love that.
And what do the Ravens do? Just stand in there and just
they always
great players.
Take good
Yeah.
Him and Kyle Hamilton.
Him and Kyle Hamilton, fam. I love that pick for them.
Yeah. I mean, like,
what's weird for the Cowboys though? They love cheap labor, but if you look at wide receiver contracts versus offensive guard contracts, like the 12th highest paid guard in the league is $10 million.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. The wide receiver, go look at the 10th highest paid wide receiver and tell me how much they're making. If you can get good production out of a first-round pick wide receiver and have him under contract, you are getting surplus value. And that's what I don't understand about. Do they have analytic guys in there?
Come on, Zach. I'm clipping that shit up. What time is it? 11, 12? Come on, man. Because now that needs to be discussed, man. For a team
the analytics should tell you that.
They don't, Zach. They got a dude that was working at Arby's running their money, bro, and a Nepo baby. Okay, so they don't have that. They hired John Parks and them boys, and they told John Park to park his ass in the back of the star. They clearly not using them. Okay, so that's an excellent point, and that goes back to not spending money in free agency, on the line, bro. You won't break the bank. You're not spending $25 million per year on a quality offensive lineman. You're going to spend $25 million a year on a quality receiver, brother.
A bad one. Did Diggs not? Or a washed up one? Diggs got what? $20 million?
Yeah.
Like even the 20th highest paid are going for so much money. It doesn't make any sense. You want your wide receiver.
I'm sitting here advocating for him to essentially spit. They're going to have to spend money now on receiver, in my opinion, unless they take one in round 2, which we'll see. Go get me Jameson. Go get me Jameson. Give up your 3rd round pick. Go get me Jameson. Hopefully he ain't gonna cost you more than $20 million, and just roll, bro. You just roll, and you hope that's enough. And if they can do that, I will feel a lot better. I feel a lot better if they can go get me a bona fide guy at wide receiver here next to CD Lamb. I don't want an Alfred. I want a legitimate legitimate Robin.
Yeah,
100%.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I and I just, it'll be interesting, Scott. Let's hope that they actually do the right thing and go get a receiver. At some point, I would probably go through free agency at this point. I just don't know, because I think what I'm scared of is Shoddy is gonna go the whole.
Are you,
I think Shoddy's gonna go the whole. Oh, we believe in Jalen Tolbert route.
but Foots, if that is so, if that's the case,
I hope Shoddy doesn't, but I feel it, bro.
Somebody in that front office is grossly overlooking their books. Jalen Tolbert has 1 year left. He does not stop me from taking a receiver. Purely because he might not be around after next year, but also purely because he ain't like that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for getting. I was trying to be more professional, but it's just.
It's just these are just the questions that I have because think about it, Sky. Think about it. Will our second round receiver really be able to beat out Jalen Tolbert? Let's talk about that. Let's have this high level conversation.
Let's look at some that some receivers that are still left on the board, and let's have a conversation because I do think there might be some, but maybe
Burden is the one, but I just know Burden's gonna. I'm not getting my hopes up. We're sitting there at pick 44. I know he's gonna go 2 picks and 3 picks before us.
I think Jaden Higgins.
Jaden Higgins is the one.
Yeah.
Will they draft Jaden Higgins, Sky? They'll fucking excuse my language. They'll draft. They'll draft.
Yeah,
you know who they'll draft. You know who they'll draft, Sky. They'll draft. I wouldn't be mad at Schlesinger, but like Zach said, D tackle, come on down. Which I wouldn't be mad at Tyleik Williams. I would love Tyleik Williams with a first round receiver. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
But listen, if they go out and draft Tyleik Williams tomorrow, I'll be okay. Because that's the trench that I want to get right. That side. Coach the offensive lineman, draft the defensive tackle. That's why I'm passionate.
We brought that up on the mock draft. The real trench conversation that the whole team trenches shouldn't even use the term trenches. Don't use the term trenches. Use team offensive line because you're ignoring the other side of the freaking ball. For people who want to do the tribalism shit, for people who want to, and my bad for Zach probably like I ain't use that. For people that want to do the either or, stand on this side, your team offensive line, you ain't team trenches, playboy. You're not really team trenches because if you were, we don't have the trenches on the defense side of the ball, and they didn't go.
There goes Tyleik Williams. Damn.
And they didn't go sign a 5 defensive linemen. They signed one on a 1 year deal who ain't nothing but a backup 3 tech.
Yeah. No, I'm with you.
I just think they haven't done anything compared to last year. Like, name one spot that they've improved? Linebacker? I mean, where have they gotten better? Diggs ain't going to be here or
facts.
Play that much.
They have not gotten better anywhere, in my opinion. But
anywhere.
But linebacker, I do think is the conversation because I do think Sanborn, I think, is going to be pretty solid. But guess what? You have to now say, well, there's no Demo. So last year you had Demo with Eric Hendricks. So they were better last year. They weren't better this year.
Yeah, I completely agree, bro.
I try to tell people quantity does not mean quality. Everybody was jumping for joy because we signed all these players. Screw the quantity. Get me the quality. I would have took 5 super quality players over 12 1 year and respectfully as hell, Jags.
Yeah. This is the fun of it because I would love to be wrong, right? Like I want to be wrong
about
Scott.
what? We're not wrong about the team building. Now we're talking about the team building. I'll fight you on Booker.
Yeah,
I'll fight you on Booker. I think Booker's gonna be a good player. It's about the team building. We ain't wrong on that. And if you don't want to hear this, bye. If it hurts your feelings that we're telling you the truth, listen, man. I'll holler at you. Okay,
no, you're right.
And I'm not trying to my bad to Zach's channel because I've done this on foot, but I ain't trying to kick nobody off Zach's channel.
No.
But what I'm getting at is this is just the truth about how they build their squad, bro. And if you can't handle that, then it is what it is.
And that's the truth. Like even if Tyler Booker pans out, that doesn't make it the right pick.
Yeah.
Just because it pans out. Like, what if one of the wide receiver Golden turns out to be a dog or like Buka or whatever, like right guard positional value wise, using analytics, all of that stuff. It just doesn't make sense. And then you just compile all the stuff that they've continued to do. So I'm looking at the second round wide receivers. My concern is they're going to get a body exactly like they already have. And that's another problem. They draft where they're comfortable. I just 6'2", 200 pounds. Like that's kind of where they're looking at with.
They've always like those 6'2" range and not really a burner, possession
pounds,
guy,
like,
roughly 200. Yeah.
I would love Jalen Noel. You're talking about a guy that like reminds me of Amon-Ra St. Brown. I don't even know if he makes it to 44. Jaden Higgins, like him a lot. He's a little bit bigger, 6'4".
Yeah.
Who do you think, Foots, if you got to take a wide receiver in the second round? What name do you like that's on
Jaden Higgins? Jaden Higgins. My dream is Jaden Higgins, and that would be my dream. And then pray for a Brashard Smith in the third round. But I don't want to get my hopes up for anything this team does right now, because I think I don't agree with how they drafted in the first round, and I'll make it make sense, but I still don't have to agree with it. You know what I mean? And
yeah,
I think that's a good thing. Like that's what me and Sky kind of been talking about. Even when Voch was on, like, not mad at Voch, I just simply don't agree with it. But Jaden Higgins, because I think he's a big body, he's an archetype that you don't have on this team, and he has confidence. The problem with this room is outside of CD, like who's confident to y'all?
That's an excellent point about that. Like Jalen gets shook, and he kind of needs to be his hand held to get confidence, right?
Yeah.
We saw that earlier in his career. And Jalen Tolbert we're talking about. Brooks definitely lost his confidence. That Saints game, it was a wrap. Like you saw it. You just saw it. And he's a 7th round receiver. You had people thinking he was the next coming. He's a 7th round receiver. Zach, you laid out the numbers. Once you get past that second round or third round, whichever it was, it's a tough hit rate. So expecting your 7th round receiver to come in here and be that guy was just silly. I think Terp has confidence, but Terp is a special team receiver.
That's a great name. Yeah. I think Terp and Mingo play that way, like they're wired that way.
Nah, I think Mingo needs to get his confidence back too.
You think so?
Yes, your second round bust right now. Got traded by the lowly Carolina Panthers. Got to Dallas, played 8 games, had 5 receptions. He needs. It's not that. It's not. I'm not saying that he can't capture it. It's just that
that's true, Sky.
I don't think he was out there. Because look,
well,
Go ahead.
What's wild is they traded for a receiver they already had.
Yeah, same type players.
The type, yeah.
Yeah, like you traded for a guy that didn't pan out with the same body type, with the same issues, the confidence problems that other guys already on your team have, and then you had drafted another receiver in Ryan Flournoy in the 6th round that was like him too.
That's really more of what I was talking about. Like he's more Ryan Flournoy.
Yeah, I think
Zach. It goes back to they just do shit.
Yeah,
they're like, dude, that name's sick. Get Ryan Flournoy in here. Let's go. It's crazy, dude.
Yeah, and I hate when they kind of show. I hate when they show the kids that don't get picked. That's just
who they show. I wasn't.
They showed Mike Green. He had his whole family, and it's just like I just don't like that. But I'll say this: there's going to be some good players there in the second round, guys. And the pool looks like, as I'm looking at it, it looks really good. The name, honestly, Sky, for me is Jaden Higgins, and another name is Kyle Williams. But
I want to say Kyle Williams. That's exactly
Kyle Williams. I don't know if he fits what Dallas wants to do, but we need that type. That's why I would have been okay with Matthew Golden, like a route runner, and he wins on the edge. People will probably look at him as a slot, but he wins on the edge. Wow, Josh Connolly. Did Josh Simmons get drafted? Yeah. Josh Connolly going over Simmons is interesting.
There must be something really wrong with that knee.
Well, remember I told you the character.
Wasn't it a patella?
It was.
Wasn't it more? That I think the patella is more serious than just a typical ACL, right?
Yeah, and they don't. I think they think he's healthy. I think his team put out something that he would be healthy, but I don't know. If he's healthy. Washington going Connerly. I'm great with that because he struggles with speed, so that's a great pick. They went O-line, so
I'm shots, by the way, I ain't talking about, but shots out to Tyleik Williams going the first. I thought he was a fantastic player. Remember we took him, it was a steal for me.
Yeah.
At 44.
Yeah.
In a draft that's so the board is kind of touching tags with that group between like what 11 and 35, 50, 40. Yep. A guy like him belongs in that discussion in the first round. The Lions, they just got another one. Aleem McNeil, Tyleik Williams. I'll be honest with you. I'd have took his ass over Tyler Booker. Well, not at 12, but you know what I'm saying? I would have rather had him. I just believe that we needed to address the other side of the ball. I would have tried to trade. I don't give a damn about value at this point, being pissed off about value. If I could have got a 4th round pick to get down to, 18, 20, 21 and took Harmon or Williams or whatever, Ibuka, whoever, I would have loved that way more.
Yeah. No,
I genuinely think they thought they were going to have a trade partner.
That's
Well,
where I think when it comes out in the wash,
not you, Zach. Them. The Cowboys aren't paying attention.
Yeah.
Why would you believe that? Definitely when you look at the board, what am I coming up for?
Yeah.
At
Exactly.
12?
It's like they got on the clock and they're like, "Oh, dude, nobody's called us. Nobody's called us. Like, you should have had this figured out."
Yeah.
As soon as you saw the board falling the way it was, you should have been trying to convince some team. Like, I don't know. You should have been talking to people, but it's tough. It makes us so mad, but there really ain't much we can do about it but break it down. I mean, I understand the offensive lineman pick. I do. But at some point, you got to give up on that shit. Give up on the offensive line and go somewhere else. Try something new.
We'll all do content. We'll watch film. And I know how Tyler Booker can work. I do. Scott, you talk scheme all the time. I want to see the scheme marry and master married to his strengths.
It
Number
sounds
one.
like that's what they're going to do.
Okay. Well, if you could sell me on a scheme being married to Tyler Booker's strengths, then I'm okay with the pick. And that'll probably be my last tweet. Huh?
I'm trying not to be this guy, but
yeah,
I don't. Damn it! I don't want to say this and I don't necessarily think that really it's going to matter.
No, you good.
I don't think it's going to matter at the end of the day. Like, you can tailor the scheme to Tyler not Smith, not Guyton, Tyler Booker, right? And what I mean by matter, is, is that going to be enough to get you where you want to go?
That's
right. Is this process, is marrying the scheme, like, is tailoring it? Is it going to be? Are you going to be good? Are you going to be good on the interior? I absolutely think so. We've been there. We've been good on the interior. We've been amazing on the offensive line. Amazing. Yeah. We had a 1.5 year run, maybe, of a dope wide receiver combo. We've had no run of a great defensive line, especially on the interior. We had a good run at running back. Okay, there's no doubting that. We Ezekiel Elliott getting taken in the first round. We had a good run. We marked DeMarco Murray a little bit, but I think they'll take a running back. I just have seen this before. And I'm worried they're going to sell us on Mingo and maybe even those backs. But we have to wait to day 2. All we can do is talk about what is right now. We'll know more tomorrow.
No, I'll be honest with you. In passing, I watched about 3 games from Tyler Booker. Like I said, I saw film where he struggled with quickness, but I did see film where he moved people. Like, he does move people.
Oh, he's a motherfucking mover.
He moves people. And I say he's built top heavy, he gets lungy too. But I also think that when he latches on, you're not getting up off of him.
I think he's a fantastic pass blocker. That's why I'm like, Dak can step up. Now, who he's stepping up and throwing to? that's what that 2B.
And then, let me ask you this, Scott: are you going receiver or running back with the next pick?
I would like to do. I feel like this draft is so deep at running back. I can wait to the 3rd round.
Can you wait to get a lead guy? I don't want Javonte because I don't want
worried about
Shotty doing. Yeah,
I'm not worried about that. Here's why. I don't need you. First of all, you can get a lead guy in a committee or a duo. I don't need a 20-25 carry guy. It'd be nice to have one. I'm not saying I don't need it. I don't need to have a 20-25 carry guy. If I can get me some complimentary backs in this draft, which I think you can. I think you can get you a guy in round 3, get you a guy in round 5, or and move and be good. But you have to use them. Look at the Bucks. Like you have to do it. My worry, and I don't know if I talked about this on the show, but I talked about it. I think I did talk about it in the show. Is the Cowboys seem to only know how to use a workhorse back. They've only had sustained success at the running back position with a workhorse back, and they've had scattered success with a tandem. You could try to scream Tony Pollard, Zeke at me all you want. That was a 1.5 years. And it took us bullying them to get Tony involved.
I was going to say they didn't even do it right.
They didn't even do it right. It's mostly been Ezekiel Elliott, lead back, good guy. Run DMC had lead back one year, good guy. Obviously, Emmitt Smith, Tony Dorsett, like we can go all the way back, but they haven't had a lot of success learning how to use, tandems or committee approaches consistently. They've scattered it. They've had the Tashard Choice, Felix Jones, Marion Barber thing for one time. They've had Felix, he get hurt all the damn time, Marion Barber, but no sustained success doing that. You would hope Clayton Adams and Shoddy can maybe implement more of a legitimate tandem approach because they've come from that. Like Clayton Adams got to the Colts year one with Marlon Mack or somebody. It might have been Marlon Mack. Year one in Indianapolis, they were a top 10 rushing team for the first time in 2 decades. Okay. Schottenheimer had a tandem committee type deal going on in Seattle. Granted, he did have a lead back, but it was still multiple backs that participated. Plus, throughout his Marty ball, he's had multiple backs. McCarthy never really gave a damn about it. The Cowboys never really gave a damn about it. I'm just hoping that these coaches emphasize it more because that's their nature. And if that's their nature, get me Martinez and Brashard Smith and let's roll, baby.
Yeah.
That's exactly that's the name that I was about to say. Give me Martinez in the third and get Brashard Smith in the fifth. We're rolling.
Let's boogie at running
Let's
back.
roll.
That's why I don't care about. I don't need to take a lead guy in round 2. I don't know if I'm finding me that combination at receiver at 76 and 148.
Yeah.
Sorry to be long-winded. Sorry.
No. I was listening to this guy and I just.
Ooh,
I'm trying.
Harrison.
That's my guy. That's our guy, Zach. I'm trying to keep my face like positive, like.
Don't
I'm trying
worry about that. Don't worry about that. Be true to how you feel.
So
brother.
But honestly, what you just explained, Scott, was really good. Like, I think what needs to happen is, I just made this whole spiel about running back, but now that I hear you guys make it make sense, again, I don't have a problem with being wrong. I want to see somebody drafted with confidence. I can't say that enough. Like, Tet plays confident. Tyler Booker plays confident.
I'm about to say Booker confident.
Yeah, he plays confident. I mean, the way he ran up there, smacked it. I mean, all that cool. Got to show and prove. But I just want to see. I'm talking about in the weaponry room, right? In the room where you're helping out 4. I want to see somebody who can break a tackle. And 88. But 4 running the ball, like, okay, if they go out tomorrow and they draft Quinshon Judkins,
this is
weird. Cool.
It's a weird trade. Sorry, we got to trade. It's just I don't even know if it's worth, but Philadelphia Eagles just trade. Did they trade out
of the first round?
No, they traded up one spot with Kansas City. They flipped their
they traded up one spot. This is very strange. I'm sorry. Just the way what are they trading up for that? But go ahead, Foots.
No, I mean I think my overarching point is, man, like just confidence, right? Still confidence.
Oh boy. So we can spoil the picks now. I don't really care because the Cowboys they just got Jahad Campbell. Oh, shit.
And I think anybody that was drafted in Philly, we'd be like, they just keep making smart decisions. I hate it.
That's a hell of a value pick right there, bro. I mean, it's linebacker, so linebacker about the second round. So actually, it's just a standard pick, but.
And the sad thing is, guys, we'll be looking at some defenders tomorrow that we're like, I want that. Like I want Carson Schwarzenegger, but now I feel like this team is forced to draft a receiver or a running back. Like if Carson Schwarzenegger is on the board,
we can take a linebacker tomorrow.
I know, but that's the problem, bro. I know,
that's how I feel with
that's
corner.
been my boy, Sky. And you see what I'm saying now, bro? Now I know I'm not crazy. Like, yo,
bro, the guard in round 1 screws up your entire plan because you don't have a 4th round pick.
You feel me though? Still now, like I think I just had my eureka moment because you could be staring at Carson Schwarzenegger tomorrow. And you know this team has to draft a receiver or running back. That's why I'm upset.
I'm telling you what I'm fearing, and I don't want to lean into the fear, but it's just only because I brought it up before. I am scared as all get out that they are truly going to say we traded for Jonathan Mingo. We don't need one. I'm nervous, brother. I didn't want to believe that. I didn't, but you had two or three if you count losing Burden, but you had three dudes, in my opinion, staring right at you, and you said, nah. And remember what happened after CD Lamb signed a contract? Remember what happened?
Yeah.
Stephen Jones came out and said, we're going to need more from you. More. They basically saying, you don't get a running mate. We want more. Only thing that confuses me is when they traded for and signed Amari Cooper, the very next year they took CD Lamb because it fell to him in their laps. Almost 5 picks later, but similar, right? Now, those guys aren't CD Lamb. I totally get it. But you have a CD Lamb who's better than Amari Cooper. You didn't need a CD Lamb. You need somebody that can help that mother out. Jordan Addison ain't CD Lamb or Justin Jefferson. He helping that mother out, though, ain't he?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it just all goes back to simply they're just doing shit. They're
Yeah.
just, I mean, that's really it. Like, there's no plan. There's no nothing. So, and it sucks that they don't see the value. I mean, I don't know if it's ego, if it's just like they live in such a bubble, like a bunch of yes men, like don't know what it is. But typically, you know, if somebody is doing something well, you'll look over there and be like, oh, well, what are they doing? You know, you take something from somebody,
talk to them
and use a little bit, and then you don't have to copy them, but like, you know what I'm saying? Just, I don't know if it's an ego thing or if it's just living in a bubble thing or combination of a bunch of things.
Yeah.
Oh, did the Chiefs just get Luther Burden?
What?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's get
Dude,
ready.
This happens every
Yeah. I was.
year.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
The Eagles and the Chiefs will pick at 31 and 32, and they'll get top 15 players.
And the thing, what I love about the Chiefs, they don't give a damn, bro. They're the same way as the Eagles. And I don't want to hear this Dak Prescott needs to whatever. The Chiefs paid one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time in my life $500 bajillion and still traded for Hopkins and still traded for Kadarius Toney and still took Sky Moore in the second round and still took another second round receiver and still, I mean, I don't know if they're going to do it, but Xavier Worthy. And still, are they about to take Luther Burden? Is that what's about to happen here? And y'all want to sit here and tell me that Dak has to go out there with Jalen Tolbert and Jalen Brooks and Kevontae Turpin? Get out of here with that.
And you know what's even funnier? They switch left tackles every single year.
They'll switch their go trade for Orlando Brown.
Or like, our left tackles they sucked last year. You know, we made it to the Super Bowl, but they were terrible. They'll just go pick some randos off the street, try that, and if it don't work, but they're just drafting receiver after receiver for the best quarterback in the league. But Dak, you know, he's supposed to be throwing to Walmart employees. I don't get it, dude.
No, it might be the ego, like you're saying. Like they are in this thing where if I pay you, I'm not trying to pay anybody else. You know what I'm saying? Now they did pay. They picked Michael Gallup over Mark Cooper, which is strange, but I guess they got rid of Mark Cooper, so they didn't necessarily pay two receivers. That's why. Like, I'm sorry, go get Jamison Williams and whatever. Let's rock. Go pay him.
I would like that over a second round running back. I mean, a second round wide receiver at this point.
Yeah. I feel like that has to be in the works, right? Like, are we trying to win or trying to get better next year? Like, are you getting better or not improving your receiving room?
Well, I asked Foots this the other day. I'm like, why sign Dak to the long-term deal? And why sign CD? And why try to get the Micah deal done? If you're not going to try your absolute hardest, like, I would rather them just completely ruin their salary cap over the next 4 years and put up with bad salary cap in 4 years. Like, we'll worry about it then. Push everything down the road. Like,
never go all in.
If you think that they can win it, then try to win it. Let's try to put the pieces together to do it. But they're so worried about what their books are going to look like 8 years from now that it's ruining now.
And I'm not even asking for them to ruin their cap. I'm just asking them to be a little bit more aggressive. That's all.
Yeah,
right?
and that's the crazy part. They don't even have to ruin it.
Yeah. I'm
Like,
gonna ask them to
just
go
be-
all New York Giants in 2016. They spent $200 million on free agency. Like it
Yeah.
worked. Like they were a good team that year. I think they went to the playoffs, but I'm not asking to do that. I'm just want the bare minimum. And what I'm tired of is, people trying to tell me that's me complaining.
No, you're not,
bro.
at all.
That's just me wanting my team to do what other championship organizations or better organizations are doing around the league. That's all I care about. And if it doesn't work out, then at least I knew that my team actually tried their hardest, and they didn't get stuck with the ego. They didn't get bullish on their ways, which hasn't worked in 30. You know what I'm saying? They didn't do that. They actually thought outside the box and tried to legitimately try to improve the team.
Yeah.
Can you really tell me this organization legitimately tried to improve the team the last 2 off seasons? I ain't even talking about the draft because we don't know. It's still out for these draft picks. Before the draft, after can you legitimately tell me they're trying to improve the team to win the championship? You're lying to yourself, or you've been kidnapped by the Joneses and you have Stockholm syndrome. Just point blank. Period.
Yeah. I just think that if they did go Luther Burden, it just proves why the Chiefs are who they are.
I
they
thought somebody in the
struggle.
chat said
Oh, maybe
that,
they.
I don't think that was.
Okay, maybe they'll go line here, but I just,
They won offensive line.
No, I said maybe they do go
okay.
line here. They haven't. This is the last pick of the first round, right?
Last pick of the first round. Yep, last pick of the first round. Let's kind of run off these last since our pick, right? Well, no, we talked about that. All right, so Gray Zabel went 18 to Seattle. Emeka Buka went to, man, that's a fun room. That is a fun room. To Tampa. Jade Barron went to the Broncos. Derek Harmon went to the Steelers. I love that defensive line. You talk about building the trenches. They building that defensive line, brother. That front seven, if you want to include the rushers. Marion Hampton, talk about a hardball pick. Went to the Chargers, brother. That is a hardball pick. Matthew Golden into another really good room. Went to the Packers. Donovan Jackson, offensive guard, Iowa State, went to the Vikings. Jackson Dart, they traded up. The New York Giants did. James Pierce went to Tennessee. Malachi Starks went to Georgia. Tyleek Williams went to Detroit. Josh Conley Jr., drafted by Washington. Maxwell Harrison, the cornerback, Kentucky, went to the Bills. Jahad Campbell went to the Eagles. And we are about to get the pick for the Chiefs to close out the first round of the NFL draft.
I think this might be Josh Simmons since we're doing spoilers. Which I think
that makes sense.
There. Yeah,
That
makes
my goodness, that makes so much sense.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense for them. I think with I think that pick, I wouldn't have been mad at them going Luther Burden because they could have made it make sense. So when we look at the board, when the dust settles, we still have a lot of players.
Will Johnson, Mike Green.
Apparently, I'll do some research on what's going on with Will Johnson. I don't know Sky as far as the medical, because there's no way. I mean, the tape. There's no way he should have fell out of the first round. We talked about him as a guy that could take a 12. And if the medical isn't good, I don't want him at 44. And
here's the thing about 44, Zach and Foots, just like at 12, there's going to be a good player. It's just a matter of do you get cute? Do you get cute, or do you stick to your board and take that good player? I can't wait to hear the presser. They're going to probably sell us that Booker was 10th overall, and if that's the case, I can't be mad at their thought process because I did say at that high you got to stick to your board, bro. You cannot play around, and if they're not lying to us, because they could easily lie to us. I remember though the Tyler Smith. He was like, "Look, y'all." He was 15. Look, it's right here. We got him at 24, and he was 15. And damn it, he was 15. They put his shoulders, unless they lie. And he played like a top 15 player, right? So if they come and say, look, y'all, Tyler Booker was number 8 on our board. We got him at 12. I don't know what y'all talking about.
The interesting thing is that Travion Henderson is still on the board.
I'll play on the backs.
That's the one that I know you said, Sky, you would probably go receiver. If Henderson's on the board, I would sprint to the podium. But they don't care what I think.
Now Foots, that would definitely test the hell out of me.
right?
Because I'm a big Henderson fan. Because I think he's one of those dual guys. Now I don't want to lean on him as my 18, 20 touch guy a game, more so sticking that 14, 17
Yeah, we talked
range.
about that. Yeah.
And get him another guy. Foots, I'd be tempted. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I like what you guys said about receiver. I think you guys have sold me there. I'm gonna this
Yeah,
what
but
I'm gonna do.
If I had a board, I don't know that I have a receiver over Henderson there, bro. I don't think
That's what I'm saying.
You know what I'm
Like
saying?
I didn't do a top 100 this year. I just ranked everybody. I listen. I had Trayvon Henderson as my top rated back, but did Hampton go yet? I think Hampton went.
Yeah, Marion. Yeah, he went to the Chargers. That's what I'm saying. I was like,
Okay, so Hampton's in charge. So I had him as my second back, Henderson. And I would pick Henderson and sleep like a baby. But again, they don't care what I think. I think that I like your thoughts. I like your thoughts, Sky. Your thoughts are get the receiver and then just wait till the third to get the running back and to just pray for the rest of the draft.
Well, let me go ahead, Zach. For rebut.
I think it's I like to look at especially the second, third round like a combination of the two. Like you take Henderson at running back. Okay, would you rather have Henderson and Jalen Royals, or think of a third round receiver, and then, or would you rather have, Jaden Higgins and pair him with RJ Harvey? That's kind of, I know nothing's guaranteed in the draft. You're not guaranteed to get any of those guys at any spot, but like I've talked about, the fall off, maybe a Damian Martinez would be there in the third round.
You've been so high on Martinez.
I love Martinez's mentality.
I think there's a chance he's a second rounder.
You've been so consistent with Martinez.
I think it will take a run, Zach, and there hasn't been a run yet. And remember that run happened in the fourth round last year.
It was brutal.
It was brutal, but I don't know if there's going to be that kind of run in the second. We're going to see in this deep draft. But honestly, Foots, the more we're talking about this, something that clicked that actually leans more to your thought process of running back tomorrow. Is there some thinking that, okay, we took a road grading power guard, pure guard. Granted, I think he's a fantastic pass, but I think he can pass block his ass off. But we did take a power guard. We're going to be doing more power gap duo type things. They are tailoring it to him, and honestly, to be honest, they're tailoring it to BB and Tyler Smith too. Like, no one wants to talk about this. I brought it up, but Tyler Smith ain't the most amazing puller. He's gotten better. He's had to work.
You said
on
that was the first thing you said.
I've talked about this a lot with Professor O over the years. Going back and watching the tape after every, I'm just like, hey man, we look sloppy. Like everybody looks just looks a mess when they pull. And that could be coaching. I think a lot of that's coaching when an entire unit is struggling in that manner. But this isn't the first year for Tyler. This is 3 years where he's an average puller. Where he has saving grace is that you better hope like hell he don't catch you. Yeah. Because if he catch you, he can dirt the hell out of you because he's a powerful human being. BB, for as much as we talk about Tyler Booker being average feet, BB can get to the second level because I just think BB has the know-how. BB is not this amazing athlete. He's not a poor one. He's not an amazing one either. So listening to Vosh talk about how they're on the phone saying, yeah, we're going to be doing more and more of this, more of that, I think they're leaning into their interior fellas. They're leaning into the power guys. They don't want these guys having to do a whole bunch of lateral stuff 70% of the time, right? If they're going to do power ball, they're going to do power ball. Long-winded, bringing it back to my original point. If that's the case, is running back the pick in round 2? Do you get that guy you talked about, Foots, that lead guy or that power guy to complement a power offense? I think I can wait for that, but maybe they're pairing their second round pick with their first round pick.
Yeah, nah, for sure. And that's what I'm thinking. That was like my first line of thought, right? Like you do that because, I think that, my bad, y'all hear that? I think that that. Oh, I'm sorry. I think that you do that, Sky, right? To say this is the attitude we want to play with. And if that's the case, I can't be mad at it. I'll sleep on it. I'll make it make sense. But hey, I'll say this: we had a great time tonight. Oh, my bad, guys.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm still good. So I say still going. I'm still fired up. Zach, as much as I say that though, what do we kind of reveal in the first round here? That Dallas does shit that they're comfortable with. They haven't taken the second round back. Shit, I don't even know. They haven't taken a running back since Ezekiel Elliott higher than the fourth round.
Yeah, and they don't spend those high picks on wide receivers either. I'm telling you, it's gonna be a.
That's what makes me.
I gotta feel. What are we gonna do if it's neither?
I think it's corner. If we're going off of history, it could be corner.
Yeah,
corner, edge.
We keep talking
I'm
about
not saying
what
they
we
would.
want.
I'm just saying
We keep talking about what makes sense, but they do what's comfortable.
yeah.
Yep. They're happy with their evaluations at certain positions, and whether the Cowboys need it or not, they take it.
And God forbid,
Or if it makes sense or not, they take it.
God forbid it don't work out. Like when I say don't work out, like they took Tyler, was it Hill? Forget his first name. Hill in the second round.
Tristan Hill.
Tristan Hill. Boy, they ain't touched a defensive tackle in the first 2 days for 5 years.
And that's the thing. They get scared and they'll run away from it when they got a good player sitting there.
They took Mozzie. I don't know if they're going to touch a defense. I don't know.
They won't until 2028, until they get over the Mozzie thing. And then they're like, but they just can't look back and admit that they reached at certain points and accept it and then pick another one.
A better one, right? A better one. Like, bro, you realize when they took Bohanna, that was the first true one tech that they took since like 2000 ever. Yeah. Like in any place, any part of the draft. They didn't take a guy that weighed more than 310 pounds, if that, in the draft, period, until Bohanna.
And then Jerry will get on the mic after a playoff game where they got the ball ran down their throat and be like, I just can't understand why.
It's a defensive tackle. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Like, Jerry will get on there, and then they don't draft a defensive tackle like a legit run stuffer over 315 pounds, and then Jerry will get on the mic after a playoff game and can't understand why they just got ran over. Like, I just don't get it. I don't get it. Like,
and you know,
what do you mean you don't get it?
I know.
You spent money on Leroy Glover and it paid off for you, and you never went back to that well. You draft Ezekiel Elliott, or I'm sorry, you draft Des Bryant, CeeDee Lamb early in the first round, and you don't care about that. You know, but you gonna take them all in linemen, boy. We gonna
nope.
You hit on them old linemen, and you gonna lean on that. And hey, let's just hope that this is more of their history than it is their past history than it is their recent history, right? And again, the jury is still out on Tyler Guyton. I personally think, fellas, Tyler Guyton will be better under this coaching regime.
I agree.
The reason why I never snapped about Tyler Guyton last year, because I always looked at him as a future pick. I didn't think 24 was the year. I thought 25 and beyond. Cooper Beebe, I think is going to be fine. It's going to be fantastic. He's going to be a stalwart for you at the middle. Tyler Smith is Tyler Smith. Terrence, this your last. Hey, Cuzzo, it's your last chance, Cuzzo. Okay, we'll see about him. And now you got Tyler Booker. So, you know what I don't want to hear is no more excuses about allocating any more resources up there. And this goes back to the argument we were having with Vach. God forbid somebody doesn't work out. I ain't talking about one of the top. Anybody. I don't give a damn. I don't care if Tyler Smith goes down. I don't care if BB has a down year. I don't care if Tyler Guyton doesn't show improvement. I don't care if it's Booker. I don't care if it's Steele. If one person does not have a good year up there, are we going to be having a conversation about offensive line again? Because of the way they move. That's a scary thought, bro.
Very.
That's a scary thought. And don't say, Sky, that's a stupid. What do you mean? Is it? They just took 1, 2, 3 offensive linemen in the last 3 drafts in first round, third round. It ain't stupid. I'm sorry, 4. My bad. 4 offensive linemen. 3 in the first round, 1 in the third round. And you going to try to tell me that it's stupid to think they won't do that shit again?
But they got a good thing Dak has all that up front, because he's throwing to 1 first-round pick, a third-round pick that didn't play really in his rookie year. Jalen, what's his name? Jalen Brooks is a 7th rounder. Ferran Flournoy is a 6th rounder. Kevontae Turpin's an undrafted free agent. Like,
Yeah, it's crazy, bro.
Like it's kind of spread the wealth a little bit here, Like sprinkle some help at the wide receiver room just every once in a while.
I know they cooking Clarence Hill. I ain't even. I mean, I got it. I'm sorry. I'm being messy now, but I want to go see what they're saying about Clarence Hill because Clarence Hill was 10 toes down. We ain't taking no offensive guard. Oh, he finna get cooked in the chat on Twitter. Oh, they finna cook him.
We'll see. Hopefully they do the right. I don't even know what the right thing is anymore. You know what I mean?
We just laid. I personally think we did a fantastic job laying it all out. Yeah. I think we did a hell of a job laying it all out for tomorrow. The good thing is, some people say they could mess this up, and they believe they messed it up. The good thing is, you have so good and bad. You have so many needs. You should be able to take a guy that can come in here. Like, that's the thing about Booker. And anybody you were taking, I said this many times, nobody in free agency stops you from taking any position in the draft where they can't come in here and upgrade your team. Booker upgrades your roster, or upgrades your position. Booker upgrades a position. That doesn't mean that's a position that, probably should have been taken, but he upgrades right guard. No doubt about it, right? Round 2, I still think there are players that should be there that come in and can upgrade and be a starter. Hopefully, no offense to Marshawn Nealon. Hopefully, it's not a Nealon situation where Nealon, I like Nealon, a prospect, but Nealon didn't come in and take it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I kind of am losing a little bit of faith with the way this team drafts. So hopefully, I'm taking a big wait and see approach.
I looked over at Jack Campbell, said, O-line fixed yet? Brother, they told me the O-line was fixed. And if you think I'm lying, go watch the draft. Go watch the draft from last year. Go look at the comments. I was told the offensive line was fixed last year. That's what I was told. Offensive line fixed. And we right back here drafting the offensive line again. This time with your second most valuable pick, right? Or third most since 2000 and like what? Hell, man, early 2000s. Your third most valuable pick, 2016, 2021, and this year, right?
This one.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, 2016. Yeah, those are your third most valuable pick in like the last 15 years.
And you spend it on an interior offensive line.
Okay. You better hope like hell you Quentin Nelson.
And you know what? I don't think Tyler Booker's a bad player. Like I think he'll be good, but
this is not a Booker thing to me.
Nope. It's all for me. It's positional value. You look
this
at
is
the
a Cowboy thing. Even beyond that,
league,
Zach. Even beyond that, bro. Because like a dude's a dude. At the end of the day, I feel you. The positional value does matter, but bro, if a dude's a dude and he comes in and he's all pro, do you really care at the end of the day if that dude's all pro? But it's about the process to me. In the Cowboys process. I'm fine with this being the pick. If say you went out and you got a receiver, if you traded for that corner, if you solidify defensive line, but they don't do that. So it puts the emphasis on the value, and you can't get mad at people that bring up value, positional value, because they're not doing positional value in free agency. They're doing positional value in trade. So
yeah,
man, I want to hear Tyler Booker. He's talking right now on Bleacher Report, but I'll get to all this stuff.
Yeah. I'm just tired, fellas.
I just looked over.
I can tell Puss is tired.
I'm tired, man, because I can see the writing on the wall with some of this stuff. Because I think I don't know. In closing, man, I'm tired, man.
I hear you, bro. I see.
I'm tired. I'm mentally drained.
You gotta adopt my mentality when it comes to this draft, bro. Don't get emotionally attached, fam.
No, it's not that. I wish it. I don't know. Like
now,
I think nothing that bothers me too is just like so many people say Fuss is crying and whining. It's not that, bro. Like that shit is whack and weak, bro. Like it's not that. I'm looking at what everybody has come to me and say, oh, we need help at this place. So I make it make sense. I'm all about running the ball. But then y'all get on the app or y'all get on here and say Fuss is whining, crying. I don't think that somebody, I don't know. I just think that it's one of those things. It's just like, man, when you talk about helping your quarterback, really, it's on the edge, man. It's with with the weapon. Like it's just I believe that. You get what I'm saying? And like I said, I would love to be wrong about Tyler Booker. I hope that I am. This isn't me just taking the other side. This is something that I said I was out front about. So it is what it is. Tyler Booker's a Cowboy, and we're gonna make it make sense.
Man,
100%.
let's all give our guy, our brother Foots a hug, man. You sound defeated.
I
You don't sound tired. You sound defeated, and I get it. I get it.
It's team, bro. Like I get it now. Like we everybody excited in April, but come November when we're doing a draft show, when me and Zach are talking about prospects, I get it. Like I don't want to hear it. I don't.
And you know what's crazy? Like,
Do not want to hear it.
we're going to have to chill out in camp too, because boy, very similar energy that Foots is having was about Tyler Guyton, right? And I wasn't as down as Foots, but I was more like, hey man, this ain't really it for this year. But then what happened? Tyler Guyton stonewall Micah Parsons one goddamn time, and everybody, oh, Tyler Guyton, baby, offensive line in the Pro Bowl. Slow down, because what happened in the regular season?
Yeah.
And that sucks, right? Because Tyler Booker going to be putting them up on their ass at camp. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We can't get too excited. We can't get too excited.
You don't gotta
Tyler
worry about.
Booker, he's gonna dirt people in
Yeah.
camp.
You don't gotta trust me. You don't have to worry about me getting excited or sharing videos or like.
You say that now, Foots. We all going to do it,
Yeah.
bro.
No.
We all going to do it,
telling you,
bro.
bro.
Hey, Foots is gonna wake up in the morning and he's gonna text me, bro. I come around on the pick.
Facts. Hey, bro.
Hey,
Foots.
they got the presser going, y'all.
The presser on?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm telling you right goddamn now, I was part of that. Not to the extent, but boy, as soon as I saw some, Jay Stonewall, Jared Verse, man.
Oh yeah, I mean I'll be the same way.
Jared Verse whooped his ass for real in that practice. He whooped his ass. But I was like, I don't give a damn. He's Stonewall. I'm trying to get myself hyped for this. You know what I mean? We gonna all do it, bro. It is what it is. But
So at the end of the day, we cover the Cowboys, but we're fans, at heart. Like,
man. We're
people are
fans.
hating. We genuinely just want this team to get better, and we think putting it into the universe will somehow make them better. We want them to be better. Like we're not hating at all. We're just frustrated, just like everyone else out there.
And then like
And not
losers in
delusional.
the chat just be throwing me off. Like it's not about being right or wrong. Like y'all gotta stop the weird shit. Like I'm serious about that. Some of y'all gotta stop that. Like I'm so serious. I'm evaluating. I've been doing this longer than some of y'all was even on YouTube. I know what I'm looking at. My first video was Dak Prescott's gonna be a great player. So stop. Like at the end of the day, I know what I'm looking at. So if the scheme is gonna fit the guy, great. But if it's not, he's going to struggle. And nobody in the chat will come back and say Foots was right. Like, stop, bro. I'm not. You guys always, Foots is super positive, and the one time I push back on something, Foots stopped crying. Like, which one is it?
Something I learned and I still struggle with in regards to this. Shouts out to Brian Brothers. Told me, you're not going to please everybody. Yeah, you're not going to please everybody. So
Right. I think
in regards to Brian, you're not going to. Did y'all both freeze here? Connection got lost on the fellas. 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, thank God it happened late. Oh, we back. We back. Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's I still fight that person. Zach, you probably not understanding of it yet because you don't go live as much, but it's definitely something you kind of gotta. But the chat's gonna have their opinion, right? They're gonna just be respectful.
That's why you can't even look at them. Yeah.
That's
What I tell the chat. Yeah,
just be respectful.
Chat, be respectful, because energy would always change in person. I'm not one of them. I tell y'all that now. So just don't. I don't play those games with y'all. And at the end of the day, I'm doing this because I'm trying to make us all better fans. Like the conversations we have is about being a better fan. I'm not trying to be right. You see, when Vosh came in, me and him have real debates, but then at the end of the day, it's over. I don't disrespect him. I don't boom, boom, boom. So it is what it is. Like
It's
that's the stuff that throws
football.
me off. Yeah, it's football.
You know, like we're talking football, you're all gonna have our opinions, and some people will take it too far. And
Yeah. I
know.
mean, I sometimes invite the mess, right? I open up my phone lines, and we go back and forth or whatever. But I've learned to adapt to it. I struggled and sometimes still struggle when I see somebody say something crazy. But as long as you being respectful, I don't care about the disagreement. I always say, call in, let's rap about it. I even say, hey, if I'm sounding crazy, throw a tomato at me or whatever. But just be respectful. That's all. Yeah, I mean, we go live. Well, I used to go live 5 days a week and 6 days out of the season. We make tons of videos. We have tons of opinions. We're going to be wrong. You're going to be wrong too. The difference is you don't get held to that because you're not in front of a camera. And you know what I'm saying?
When you get in front of that camera,
when you get in front of the camera or you put that thing on Twitter, yeah, boy, when you wrong, they gonna talk about it. When you right, they're gonna pretend they ain't see it. But it really shouldn't be about that. I'm not doing this to be right about shit. You know what I'm saying? I just love talking about the Cowboys and hope like hell everything work out. And if it don't, and I said it would, hey, tell me. If it do work out and I said it won't, tell me. Sometimes I want to be wrong. Shit, I say that all the time. Hope like hell I'm wrong with certain stuff. No, we ain't mean to end it like that, but brother Foots, he tired of y'all bullshitting this shit.
and I'm probably just tired. I've been fasting all day. I got some help.
Foots run 4 miles a day fasting. They took Tyler Booker at 12. He's just not having a good day, ladies and gentlemen. Just not having a good day, man.
Yeah.
But we do appreciate y'all. We ain't mean to get preachy. It hit 12 o'clock. At night, round 1 of the draft has concluded. The Cowboys have selected Tyler Booker. So, obviously, get up on all your Tyler Booker film. Get up on your Tyler Booker, who the person is. Right now, he's already spoken. We'll get the presser. I'm sure Zach will be dropping some videos. Foots will be dropping some videos. These two gentlemen will be on tomorrow. I would not be. Got daddy duty, so I won't be able to be live, but I'll be following my guys. I'll probably be talking in the chat with y'all. Hell, if I find some time, I might pop in on. If y'all gonna be on stream or StreamYard,
right? So we're working that out because I don't know what time I'll be back. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
so
either way, I know y'all gonna have some work.
I'll have some content up all weekend. I'll be going live for everybody, and we'll go
for sure. Maybe we can get together after the draft and kind of put this whole thing together.
I would love to do that. I know it's only been one day. We only did a few shows, but we've been talking for a while, Zach, over the last few months. This cannot be the last time that we cover this. You have to be a part of this thing each year. That until you get too big and you gotta do your own thing, right? Like you gotta go to .com or something. But no, in all seriousness, though, man. I said this to you privately. I'll say it publicly. Your addition to this, I think, is just kind of like I don't want to say final touch because we didn't have Vach here this year, but kind of just this piece that I didn't know we were missing. I thought you were fantastic. You were well studied. You bust your ass with these prospects, and you were fantastic today. And this would not be the last time we do this, man. Like Foots does this shit, right? This is what Foots does. This is why I want to do this show with Foots when it comes to these prospects. I think you're make your way to the rest of the community in regards to covering the draft. So
Zach is A+.
Yeah, A+. Appreciate you joining.
I really appreciate it. I thank y'all. Thank you for letting me come on here. Like when y'all asked me to do this, I was like, "Are you sure?" Like that. Man, you know what? I watched you guys for years as a Cowboys fan. Never had a channel or anything. You two are one of the biggest inspirations for me creating a channel, wanting to talk my Cowboys stuff. Like, really, thank you for giving me the opportunity. And this definitely ain't gonna be the last time we're all working together. I thought the show was
it was fantastic.
This is great.
Awesome.
I ain't gonna lie to you. When you guys we were kind of going through changing the scenes and breaking down the prospects, I'm sitting here as a fan. I'm just like, yo, these motherfuckers killing it. This is pretty cool, man. I'm like, I wish I could just watch it, but you guys did awesome. Hopefully you guys are live tomorrow. I want to catch y'all tomorrow. If not, whatever. I think we should link up next week and just kind of generally go over the picks, man.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. I would love that, bro.
You want to go look at your super chats? There's one that came through from Jeremy, dropped 5 and said a running back tomorrow. If you guys can go take a look at your super chats, just so that the fans that donated, you can at least read it out loud.
I don't even know how I can get.
Oh, you can't get it?
Yeah.
Apology.
Anybody who dropped a super, thank you guys.
Yes,
You guys hung in there with us for I don't even know how many hours this is, but I can't thank you guys enough, man. I really appreciate you all. I'm sorry that I definitely I'm trying to keep it up, but I love you guys. I really do. I really am, and I'll have content up next couple days, maybe even some content tonight. Just trying to make it make sense. I'm gonna listen to the presser, hear some things, but thank you all. Seriously.
We can go out on the laugh, man. See, this is what I mean by like, hey, look, the chat can disagree. They can say things. They can roast me, and I always invite the roast. Fred says Skywalker look like a Tet McMillan. Nothing but love for you guys. Hey, dog, if I could be 6'4", 215, I'll be in that draft too, man.
Hey, I saw somebody comment earlier. At this point, Zach's gonna be our slot next year or this year. I'm like,
Cooper. Are they calling you? What's my man's name?
I'm like, bro,
Cole Beasley.
Come on, I'd be an ex Rodgers here. I'd at least be in. But yeah, we really appreciate y'all. I'm trying to find my. Oh, I think I found my supers.
Yeah, you go to I think Earn or.
Yeah, Jeremy said a running back tomorrow. Hopefully, we talked about that earlier. The Lando show.
Hey,
$4.99. He said best draft trio in the game.
Oh man,
appreciate
that's humbling. I don't know if I agree. I ain't like that, but appreciate it.
Oh yeah, that production. I'm telling y'all, ESPN needs 150 Skywalker steals. All right, then they really be rolling with draft production.
He's the best doing it.
They had 150 of me, brother. They'd be looking like 2074.
Yeah, nah, you do it,
they'd
bro.
Be ahead
you do
of
it, man.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, man. I'm thankful for you, Sky. I really appreciate you, man.
Thank you.
Yes, dude. Thank you, and thank you to everybody that watched. We really appreciate it. We were rolling there for when the Cowboys were picking, so we were rolling. We're just rolling right now too.
Yep. Personally, for me, next week I will start one of my favorite series. I have a lot of series that I love. Rating the draft. It's different than grading the draft, so I'm excited to do that. And of course, we're gonna start off with Tyler Booker. So that'll be interesting because I don't know where I'm gonna go, but make sure y'all come through next week for that, and hopefully B-Foots and Zach can get back together and jump on and discuss. All right?
For sure.
With that said, man, hold on. I got to press this button first.
Push the goddamn button. Push the goddamn button.
We ready? We was ready. I don't know if we was ready for Tyler Booker at 12. I know Foots wasn't ready for Tyler Booker at 12.
Nah.
But that'll do it for night one of the NFL Draft 2025 live coverage. Man, what a night. Good stuff. Shouts out to Vosh for coming through. Shouts out to the Bomb Squad and everybody that joined us across all three channels. This was fantastic. We'll see y'all again. Have a good night.
All right, man.